Check one, check one, check one. Check one. Check. One. Oh boy. Fart fig time. To fart the fig. Let's go check out this treasure goblin extravaganza. I'm so excited. So I'm thinking the Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, whatnot, Torment 1 is the key. So exciting. Go empty out my pockets. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Get it done. Go empty out my pockets first. And I still have what I need. Okay, nice and clean. That's clean. These extra runes. And for my materials, I have 801,000 iron chunk, 821 or something rawhide. And let's begin. 8 minutes? Okay, let's start off with the Nightmare Dungeon. Just to rule things out. Ooh, but Torment 1 though? No, let's do a normal Tree of Whisperers dungeon. That's the key. I'm so excited. Let's work from the top and go down. Wraithwind Wilds. Many lost souls are bound to the tree by sins of the flimflam past. Not today. Let's just identify. Pretty sure that Helltide is the best opportunity, but this current Helltide is about to be over. The spirit of the season must have made its way to the treasure goblins because there's a surge of them all over Sanctuary. So it seems like, oh! To Nuhantu. Yes. Okay, Nahantu appears to be the key. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Nahantu. Nahantu. When I say Nahan, you say tu. Feliz Navidad. Oh yeah. Feliz Navidad. Let's begin. We're doing the Tree of Whispers while I'm here. How much more time? 31 minutes, okay. Now, they should be visible on the mini-map. Okay. And we'll just see. I'm working on the objectives. I'm staring at that mini-map. We'll see what's up. Okay. I'm wondering if portals with goblins will just appear. Will they just appear while I'm doing things? That's the question. Will they appear while fighting? Will they appear... I'm thinking that there's a chance maybe to spawn, for the game to spawn treasure goblins while I'm fighting elites. Let's find out. Okay, we're gonna go way over here now. Looking at that mini-map. Oh, right there. 1. Oh, 2. Do they have extra? They don't have the extra bag. So when I found one, another one spawned. Alright, there. Okay, that's all done. Tree of Whispers. Yes. Hey there, what's the event this week? It's a treasure goblin situation. There's just an increased number of treasure goblins, and we unlock... if the entire community... What the heck? How come it's not visible? Yeah. If the entire community kills 6 million goblins or something, we unlock different cosmetics over time. Just checking the story here. Yeah. Different cosmetics unlocked over time for free as we kill millions of goblins. There's just more goblins. And I'm trying to... I just now started. It started at 10. I just started, you know, like 10 minutes ago. Huh? I'm trying to identify the best route for the goblins. The game just said Nahantu is the best spot, according to this dialogue right here at the bottom. It says, it seems like Nahantu is extra popular right now for goblins. But I'm also thinking dungeons and whatnot. I already found a goblin, and another goblin popped up next to the first goblin. I'm gonna go across the landscape. Now you can see goblins from the... Oh, there's a goblin. Oh, and he has a red bag. With a second goblin. Okay, they're coming in pairs. And they're dropping a bit more than normal. Okay, cool. What we're doing here. I'll be focusing on this for a little while. And they have an excess amount of boss summoning parts. I'm looking for a corpse. Right now. Okay, they're coming in pairs. That's 6. Yep, and they are dropping a bit more. And right over here. I'll turn on these moats right here. So I'm still trying to get 1,000,000 materials here. And there's also, I believe, an XP boost right now. Okay. And right over here. Okay. Right across. Alright, so now I can just travel across here. Between the plants here. Nice. And a bit more. Yeah. Bingo. Going for elites here. Get another one. Okay. That's 8. All right. Trying to see how evenly they're spread, these goblins. I'm looking at the mini-map as I'm traveling. So I got 8 just now. Oh yeah, right there. Oh, goblin. Okay. That's 10. That's 10 goblins. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go over here. I think the best bet is Helltide in Nahantu. Yep, not getting anything for that. Let's go this way. And around, looking at the mini-map. Okay. Awesome. Okay, there's an event. Let's see if goblins will spawn during the event, but, you know. Probably not. But maybe. I'll go ahead and do it. I swapped up my rune here. Gotta stand right in the middle. I'm just gonna go through and pick up all the plants in the zone. Up and around. Enemies have to come to me. Okay, swap out the rune for the wolf. Okay, no goblins spawned. I wonder if there's a chance to get. I wonder if there's an increased chance to get a goblin cellar. Because sometimes a cellar is just filled with a couple goblins. Right there. These guys don't matter. Just going across nice and quickly. I just want to go across this way now. Stopping only for the elites and for the plants and for the goblins. And the ore, of course. And the treasure chest. And the events. Yep. A lot of metal. Thank you for the plant. And thank you for the plant. Uh oh, what's this? Alright. See here. Okay. And then what? Did I do it? I wait, and then there's a short window where I can wreck it. Yay, I did it. Yay. A short window of time. Awesome. Let's go this way. Alright, here we go this way. The rocks over here. Oh boy, some stones over yonder. Iron chunk. We okay, here's another event. This one's pretty easy. No, this one takes a second. It's corrupting spires. Gotta destroy these spires. And then whee! Boom. And more. $19 more seconds. And then I'm doing my part. Are we done? Okay, whatever. Moving on. And that way. I'm just checking this place out. Alright. Events. Goblin. This would be 12, I think. Or 14. I think that was 3. Let's just say 15. Hey, look, another shrine. Alright, I've already gotten that one. I've already gotten that one. Whoa. Right around the bend. Let's go this way. A silent chest, whispering key. Let's get these things right around the corner. Oh yeah. Whoa. Sweet. Amazing. Right over here. Getting me farming in that farming mood. Okay, this whole section's done. Sure. Now that I'm satisfied with that, let's go over here into the Blood Maiden with the Helltide. I got 14. I just wanted a general assessment of the overall distribution of goblins here. And now I'll go into the Helltide and do the same exact thing. Okay, there should be goblins everywhere, right? Sure. I'm gonna hop right across for a second. You know, I'm just passing through. I'll go right back down. Causing the ruckus, you know. Causing the ruckus. Thank you. All these guys over yonder working out pretty well here. The frenzy should initiate. Whee! Iron chunks in them. Bada boom. I head right back down the hill where I came from. Yes, sir. Whee! And right back over yonder. No big deal. I'm farming for the rocks and stuff, looking for the goblins. Just checking stuff out over here, you know, no big deal. What we're doing, looking for the goblin. Hand over thine goblin. Okay, we go this way. Whole thing. So far, no goblins here. Not yet. Okay. Just checking things out. And we got this frenzy situation, very nice. And more rocks. I think Nahantu might be the best bet. There's competition with other players in them hills here for goblins. Okay, and bada boom. All right, let's go back this way. I'm heading back down to the Blood Maiden. And I'm looking for goblins. Okay. All the way down. Yeah, I seem to be having better luck in Nahantu so far. Mm-hmm. Over here, very nice. There you go. And there. I got the goblin. And they drop a lot. Okay, let's just say 16 goblins. And got the stuff. We got the stuff. Wow. And that'll be full. I'll go back down and come right back again. We don't want the thing resetting now. Somebody has to stay. Iron chunk. Whee! Wow. The Blood Maiden. Alright, let me get back to the tree.
It is done.
Alright, diving back in. For more goblins. Okay, so now I'm going to speed across the area. Stopping only at elites in the boxes, okay? Let's go open up these other boxes now. And the elites right here, thank you very much. All the way. Right there, very nice. Beautiful. A lot of cinders here. Gonna open up all the boxes is what I'm gonna do. Maybe there's a bunch of goblins in the PvP area. The Fields of Hatred. There's a rock right there. Very nice. Thank you. Gonna knock out this event. And then there it goes, and one more time. Another big guy spawns right now. Event completed. A ton of resources. Alright, we want to go way over here for this other box. I'm looking for the goods. Mm-hmm. Oh, baby, baby, baby. And then right there. Yep. There's extra gold as well right now. But anyways. Okay. I'm gonna go over here, open up that big box. I don't think the Helltide's the way to go. I want to check out a Nightmare Dungeon next. But we'll see. Okay, we just gotta go through. Alright. All done there. And now I can open up the box. Right over here. Okay, I think I'm done with the Helltide. Okay, and let's go try a nightmare dungeon, please. How about, boom, the Howling Warrens. You don't see me. I think it's Nahantu. I think it is. Well, I didn't want to do a nightmare dungeon. I want to do a Tree of Whispers dungeon. Let's go and check a normal nightmare dungeon. It's just such a small amount of Obducite. I should do this on Torment 3. Aha, a goblin. Alright. Oh, wait. The Greed Shrine has extra goblins. Okay. The Greed Shrine. Yeah. I don't know if that's in general, or if it's just a nightmare dungeon. There it is, and then... This way. Let's see here. Trying to see how practical it is. There's not much Obducite. Right over here. Got the journal all the way down. Gotta slay everybody, huh? I don't think the dungeons are the way to go. Let's try out different things. I think the answer is Nahantu. Now, the Realm Walker has a goblin or two in there, but I don't know if they're real goblins or fake goblins. Let's head on down to Nahantu, huh? In the jungle swamps of Nahantu. What do you say? You just started watching? Is the best way to run the goblins still going to be running Nightmare Dungeons? I just tested it, and the answer is no. The answer is no. I tested it just now. I went out to the... Well, I was going to start off with a Nightmare Dungeon because I want to test out different situations and everything. But then I read this right here, and it says, seems like Nahantu is extra popular right now for treasure goblins. Okay? So I went straight there, and I found 14 treasure goblins within 20 minutes. Now, if you consider a nightmare dungeon, whether or not it has a greed shrine, you know, and how long a nightmare dungeon takes, and everything, like whether or not it has a greed shrine. You'd run one and it won't even have a dungeon. It won't even have one. So I'm gonna head back out here to Nahantu just to really cement in the overall goblin rate. You know what I mean? I just had a greed shrine and only one goblin popped out, or one pair of goblins popped out. It just happened. Let me just run through this thing because it's worth whispers. Right here, really quick. We'll just take a second, but not that one. Just take a moment. And I'm pretty sure the difficulty does not change the rate that the goblins appear. So I want to try out the Realm Walker as well, because there's sort of a guaranteed couple goblins in there. But they're not real goblins. They're like a fake goblin. So I want to see what happens when I kill the fake goblin if a real goblin pops out. Come on. Where are the Nahantu? The goblins are in Nahantu. I'm just knocking this out because it's worth whispers. They're in Nahantu. Spread out. And when you kill one, another one pops up. And they drop more than normal. And they look different. They have a red bag. Let's knock this out really quick. This is just for the Grim Favor. Enough. Should be enough. Where are the goblins? Here you go. We're doing it. Okay, it's about to be full in just a moment. Ha ha ha, hoo 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 hum. Oh boy. Okay. And now I head out to the field to work on the Tree of Whispers activities in Nahantu. Problem with the Helltide is that there's a bunch of players around and they could be killing the goblins before you get there. But in Nahantu, there's not many people running around. Let's just see how many we get, huh? Right now. I want to head right there to that event. And how much more time do we have? We have a whole hour. Nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Thank Thank you, thank you, thank you. Giddy up. Right over yonder. It seems like it's a lot. Well, there's a lot of players. I've already killed 17 goblins, and I'm just one guy. And that was only like 20 minutes. You'll see. They're all around over here. Count down in your head from 20. Yep. Thank you. Let me go over yonder for this guy. Thank you. I'm looking for this corpse over here. I'm looking for the corpse. Alright. Go back over yonder. And beautiful. Yes, sir. One more. Okay, now back to the tree. Okay.
It is done.
Huh? Okay. All right, here we go. And then head right back out and do my thing. Oh yeah. Right now. Just going to work on the Tree of Whisperers while we're out here. No big deal. And the Realm Walker. In the hunt too is really important. Oh, we're not done yet? Okay, hurry up. That'll work. Okay, the harvest is complete. Let's go this way. I want those rituals. Okay, here's a goblin. There's a goblin. But he didn't have a second goblin with him. As far as I can tell. Oh boy. And now I might do this dungeon here. In fact, I probably will. Probably will, but not exactly right now. Gotta dip around here really quick. Over there. Beautiful. This is definitely going to help out with my goal. Getting 1,000,000 materials. I'm really just material harvesting. I have no plan on getting an upgrade for my gear. Okay. Look for the goblin. I want these rocks. Give me the rocks. There you go. Thank you very much. So nice. It's the grand material harvest. It's like why are they giving us so many materials? They really want you to use them. So hopefully in the future they will give us more methods to spend these resources. I'm not doing that seller right now, but hey, I think there's probably a chance, an increased chance for the treasure goblin seller. Let's go check it out. Sometimes you get a seller that's filled with goblins, right? Sometimes, so maybe the frequency of that increases. Like right now. Nope. Still, it's easy enough. And because there could be the greed shrine in any dungeon, I might just do that right now. Let's go over here to this event. The events don't seem to spawn any extra goblins. So far, but it's possible. Okay, there's that, and then all the way over here. Oh, the treasure goblin. Oh no. Gotta pump the brakes. Okay. The treasure goblin. The treasure goblin is the way. That is the way because during the route there's guaranteed goblins. Oh god, no. There's guaranteed goblins during the treasure goblin, during the realm walker route. You know? So I bet you there's even more. It's the realm walker. The answer is the realm walker. The answer is the realm walker. Oh, I've gotten like 20 so far. I got 14 or maybe 15 in the Nahantu area in the first 20 minutes, and then I found like one more pair in the Helltide, one more pair instead of a nightmare dungeon. But I think Nahantu is where it's at. Specifically, the Realm Walker in Nahantu. Because, you know, I think during the route of the Realm Walker, 1 or 2 treasure goblins pop out. But maybe, I bet you now it's going to be a whole batch of them. Let's find out. Ain't nowhere for that goblin to run. Ain't nowhere for that goblin to run. That was probably a goblin right there. See? Yeah, that was a goblin. But only one. There should be a golden portal. Now, inside the Realm Walker, there's going to be some fake goblins. Maybe they'll have more goblins. Let's find out. We'll see if they have the different cosmetic. If they have the red goodie bag, like the Santa Claus bag, then they're the special kind. Okay. Nothing extraordinary. Making sure. Now we'll see what's up. Here we go. And then right over here. Wow. Sweet. Okay. 6 million. Okay, pocketables. Here we come. California, here I come. Let's just hope that they have more. But then normal. But there's a goblin, but see? It wasn't a special goblin. So that rules that out. Rules that out. Alright, moving on. Whoa. I feel like this place has more enemies in it than normal. Another fake goblin. It's just a bunch of loot. I consider elites to be treasure goblins on legs. I was wondering the same thing, as in where do you check out the progress? Is it listed? I'm guessing Blizzard is going to post it every so often. Oh no, I gotta test my memory. No! Oh, I already forgot everything. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woo! And now 7. Oh no! Oh no! It is the hardest challenge in all of Diablo. Jeez! Goodness gracious. 7. Making me think. How dare you? Alright, back to the jungle swamps of Nahantu. Hello? Hello? Whee! Pocketables.com. Goodbye. Wonderful. Okay, that was about normal with the treasure goblins. Whatever. Both on the route and inside of the activity. But it seems like it's just the open world of Here, I'm gonna try something out. Let's go all the way across, and I'm gonna stop for some elites right here. I'm gonna stop for elites. I'm gonna stop for treasure chest. I'm gonna stop for stuff. I'm checking out the mini map. Thank you. Toasty. Right over there. Whee! Okay, let me go through this whole area really quick. For no reason, for no reason, for no reason. For no reason. Okay, let me go back. Let me check out the cellar just in case it's a treasure goblin cellar. Diablo ain't gonna tell anybody anything, and they aren't going to. What a useless answer. What do you expect me to say? They will publish it, because that's what they do. They did it in the past. They say, this many things were done, this many times you killed the butcher. It's happened before. They publish it every so often. Probably at every interval, they'll publish it. I don't know if there's a live tally of the treasure goblins, but they're going to publish it. There's different tiers of the reward. They'll say, you killed this many goblins, good job. They might announce it before the current tier is over. You got 500,000 goblins to go. Or something. I don't know if there's an area where it's listing these things. What a useless answer. Ugh. My goodness. I'm going back to Path of Exile 2. Go right across the bend. Oh, goblins. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to get the stuff. Whatever number that they chose is a realistic number, probably based upon, because they're keeping track. So my theory is they're keeping track of everything that we do at all times, not just during events. They published it in the past, yada yada flim flam. Obviously they keep track of things, otherwise how can they know how many goblins that we've killed? Right? So the number that they gave us is based upon our overall trends of how many goblins we naturally killed and how many we, just they know what the heck they're doing. And we're not going to fail. We are not going to fail. This is how it works. And they might even be able to increase the number of goblins based upon how often people are getting them. It could be a dynamic thing. We don't know. I'm gonna go around the bend over here. And over here. Ooh boy, right over here. Right there. That's a lot of orange dots on that mini map. It's crazy. I'm here doing the Tree of Whispers and harvesting the plants and ore. Tell you what, there certainly aren't that many goblins. I found a bunch during my first iteration, but I was over here on this other side. I only found one pair over here so far. Aha! But we got the Goblin Shrine. We got the Goblin Shrine. The Goblin Shrines do exist. Aha! There's one. Okay. And then the Goblin symbol disappeared. Alright, well, that makes up for it. You know, there's shrines in the field. Of course. I'm pretty sure any greed shrine will have a spawning event of a few goblins. Over here. And then gonna stay here for a second. This is about fine. Head to the other event location. That is my goal. Oh boy. So I was at 800,000 iron earlier. And 821 for leather. Or rawhide. I'm gonna try to go a bit faster across the field. Diablo. 15 more seconds. See, there's no goblins spawning during these events. There he goes. Very nice. Living steel. Okay, so now let's head on across the map super quickly. Right there. That works. Okay, I think the best route is just to go straight across. But it's just hard for me to skip things, you know? The best route is to stay mounted, I guess, and then really just grind through. I'm trying to stop only at these points of interest here. But not just kill everything, because I'm not getting XP. But I don't have to kill normal enemies. Yep. Yes. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. And no, I mean 7 times goblin pairs. All right, here we go. Yee-hoo! Goblins. They're not dropping the extra goodie bag either. Oh boy. Okay, let me go through here. Awesome. Yep. And then, hey, look, another pair, right there. Okay. I found another pair. Right over here, right over there, right over here, right over there. Whoa. Whee. Alright, let's go knock out this event right here. Speak to the Wanderer. Great. Yeah, and then I'll head down to that event, or to that dungeon. I'm just going to play like I normally do with an extra focus on resource grinding and an extra focus on Nahantu. And not worry about the goblins. It's just, there are extra goblins, so they're going to be killed. It's going to feel like it's all the time in retrospect. But if you're looking for them, it's going to feel like they're never here. You know what I mean? The goal is to not worry about them. Sort of. So here we go. And just make sure you do a little scrub around the area. A little faster than normal. A bit more loosey-goosey than normal. I'm still going for these resources here. Hey there, Catherine. We're doing some goblin farming in the jungle swamps of Nahantu. Right over here. But I'm gonna knock out this dungeon for speed. But it's Nahantu, so it's gonna be kind of nasty. Nahantu dungeons are big and terrible, but this is not a nightmare dungeon. There's no Obducite, so I can go kind of fast. Alright, there we go. Okay, I'll get that in just a moment or so. Let me loop back around, get all the goodies. Let me go back over here. The place is going to be huge. Yes, sir. Bada boom. Place is big. A lot of resources, though. Of standard resources. All right. Okay. Sweet. And right over here. Bada bing. Sure. Not like the dungeon is filled to the brim with goblins. Or shrines. Answer is no. No. This dungeon is huge. There. Although goblin hordes aren't happening. Well, the greed shrine makes a little goblin horde. Like 3 or so. And I've been finding goblins around Nahantu. I'll just check in the dungeon really quick. But I've been finding them in pairs around Nahantu. It's probably going to be harder to find them in other spots with other players around. Because everyone's sort of competing to get a bunch of kills. They might increase their... So right here, goblins. How many? How many? How many? It's coming. It's coming. They're coming. They're coming. But I guess not. I didn't get any kills on that one. Oh, look, there's goblins right there in that treasure room. You see? You see? Look. Look at this spot right here. Look at the mini-map. Look at that. I guess. Goblins. See, it was tuned a bit more toward the goblin side. Because that could be goblins or it could be other things. Just like cellars. I'm assuming that a chance to find a cellar full of goblins is increased. Right now. Yeah, just a few, I know. Just a few. Oh. Yep. Big old stupid dungeon. Right there. Back to the Tree of Whispers. Back down to the Tree of Hwiskus. Then down to Nahantu. So I'm trying to see if I just sprint across Nahantu, how many can I get back and forth. It's just hard for me to skip rocks in the field and elite groups and whatnot. I mean, it's really not that many ore nodes overall. I'm not really getting that much from it, but it's a lot over time. But I might get more if I just sprint through the field to get more. Alright, so let's go pop these bad boys open. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Hi. Okay, let's do more. All these packs of goblins.
My demons are quiet here. Mostly.
Shall we watch the video that Blizzard put out earlier about the goblins? Shall we? Let's watch it. It's a big deal. A big deal. Okay, so. Head on back down to the jungle swamps of Nahantu. Yep. What we're doing. In the Helltide, too. That's more of a distraction. I don't know if I can get myself just to skip everything. Okay. There we go. Go around. And then we got the frenzy popping. Get on down the way. I wonder if there's more goblins if you're in a team. We'll see. The frenzy guys are coming. Lots of remount. Oh, goblin right there. And then another one. See? That's pretty quick. Let's just say 2. There you go. I'm not doing the events. Hey, look, another one. Here for a moment. No fool. I do know I'm going to be getting a lot of materials. Okay, after this I'll be hopping on down. Okay. Let me hurry up. this other rock over here. All these elites, pretty awesome, you know. Yay. All around and down. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, another one. Another pair, that's 6. Maybe. Or is that in the pair? Or is that just one? Not too sure. That was 3 instances of goblins. Alright, hurry up. Oh, it's not even full. I'm not done yet. Hurry up. Hurry up. I do know that I'll be getting a ton of resources. And I'll probably hit my goal of 1 million these materials before you know it. I'll do it. Okay. Heading to the Blood Maiden, because she has blood anyways. And I'm hoping to find some goblin between A and B. Come on. Gonna go right on through to the other side, please. Gonna circle around looking for any goblin. Oh, goblin, you see? And let me go this way really quickly. Alright. Uh-huh. Nothing there. Get that harbinger. I like to kill those harbingers. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me go up and around. There are a lot of enemies around these parts. Woo-wee. Okay, and now I'll spawn the maiden. Just gonna go straight across. Yeah, there's no hunt too. Yep, Nahantu is the wave. I found 14 goblins in 20 minutes when I first started. And now there happens to be a Helltide in Nahantu. Heyo. There's a treasure goblin event where extra goblins are spawning. I'm trying to figure it out. Or, you know, I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to get them. And how often to get them and what to expect. Right here it says that Nahantu is extra popular. It's true. I tried a dungeon You know, I tried the Helltide in general. Whatever, it's less than you'd think, fewer than you'd think. The Greed Shrine, the shrine that drops gold, spawns a few goblins with it, and so forth. And all throughout the area here, there are goblins. And whenever you find a goblin, there's an extra goblin that spawns. The goblins don't have anything special like a brew or a special item cache inside. It's just they're dropping a bit more loot than normal. A tiny bit more. Like a few more boss summoning parts and whatnot. Either way, it has players go across the map searching all the corners. Specifically in Nahantu, it's the higher frequency of the goblins. And in the process, you get a bunch of materials. So it goes toward my goal of getting 1 million materials, because I'm on the right track. Because I'm going all over the place, and I have to go a bit faster. I'm looking for the materials. I'm looking for groups of elites and the goblins and treasure chests, and I'm not going for the enemies in between. So I'm really viewing it like a training system. You know, that's what I think. I think it's a system to help people appreciate the overall income of general resources with extra little cookies along the way, extra carrots in the stick along the way of extra goblins. And it's not really about the goblins, it's really about getting players to run across the map, specifically in Nahantu, so that they could appreciate how well the game is designed and how many enemies in general that there are, and how overall enjoyable it is to fight enemies in the field versus in a dungeon. That's what I think it's really about, just to get people accustomed to farming things. And right now, in the process of getting a ton of different resources, and then in the future, they'll give you a reason to use those resources. Apparently, the overall goal is to kill millions of goblins over time with the community. I don't know if it's being published or anything. People think it's not being published. But eventually they'll tell us how many we've done. I'm pretty sure we'll get it done because that's the number that they chose. They chose millions because we can do it. It's possible. But people are complaining. People are saying that they expected packs of goblins. And there aren't packs. It's just over time there's packs if you think about it. I've already killed many during this stream and I haven't been live that long. But as you see during this entire little monologue, there were no goblins. But they are here, and I will find some very, very soon. It's all part of the future. They're sort of testing things. They're keeping track of all these values. That's what I think. Alright, let me hurry up. As we go, 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 go. I'm gonna mount up and ride for a bit. And right over there, yep. My eyeballs are glued to the minimap the whole time. We will find a ton, though. 1 exact ton. Mount up again. Got the Harbinger, thank you very much. Because I have to look for it, and there's so many enemies, you know, I end up getting rich. It basically changes the flow of gameplay toward harvesting. And in the process, people that are complaining about not having enough rawhide, they will have enough rawhide. You know? For those people. I was at 800,000 iron before I started farming. I'll check in a little while. Awesome. Mount up again. A lot of resources. Yowza. Yep. And I don't know if extra goblins spawn while activities are going. I tried the event, I tried the Blood Maiden. Extra goblins didn't just magically start spawning. They're really just distributed all throughout the area. And they spawn from the Great Shrine. So I should rotate through the known shrine locations and see if they become the Greed version, if it is random. There's like a lot of enemies here. You see, I'm looting a lot. Awesome. Right over here. Where is the... There it is. The frenzy is active. Okay, I'm using the boxes as my guide to help me farm through the map. Sounds like a good plan. Yes, sir. Pow pow. Oh, champion. You're welcome, and now we ride. Ooh-wee. And you, Harbinger. If this becomes the new focus for a bit because of the activity. Okay, I'm gonna go through. I think I'll find a goblin. Let's check the cellar because it could be a treasure goblin cellar. That could have been a greed shrine. Yes. Jungle swamps of Nahatu, baby. Ho. Alright, we're heading to the other box here. Nice and quickly. Hey. There you go. A double whammy. Ooh, look at that. Look all that, you see? Whoa, look! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! Okay, so Just curious why Torment 1? Because I'm level 300. Step 1. Step 2, I realized during the previous event with the Gillian's Brew that if your goal is to obtain Gillian's Brew, you get it through opening up those boxes, the Torment boxes, right? And the Cinder income doesn't adjust or anything. It's the same rate of a Cinder income, the same rate of opening boxes, no matter what the difficulty is, if the Gillian's Brew is in the box. And the drop rate of the Gillian's Brew did not increase as the Torment level increased. Same thing with the spawning of the Red Cloak Baron. Whenever you get the Frenzy activity going, it doesn't change on a higher Torment. It's just like 50-50 chance. So I was farming it on Torment 1, and then realized that in general, with the resources, it's about the same. Look, Goblin. So if your goal right now is to farm treasure goblins, it's the same on a higher difficulty versus lower difficulty. In fact, it's better. Since it's the same, it's better. It's not like there is not a higher frequency of treasure goblins on Torment 4 versus Torment 1. The only real benefits for Torment 4 versus Torment 1 is a higher loot pool. But we don't care about that, do we? A higher loot pool, increased gold, but I have billions of gold, so it doesn't really matter as much, and there's still a lot of gold dropping, and XP. And I don't care about XP. Now, I care about the rapport for my mercenaries, and they're still getting rapport. I did the calculations. I think it's 41, 35 or something. Yeah. So if you're hunting treasure goblins, also in terms of difficulty, you have the bundled herbs of different variety across the map, right? You don't get a higher amount on a higher difficulty, and there aren't more of them. It's the same thing on a lower difficulty. Same thing with the ore. Now, in terms of what the enemies drop, if you're trying to farm elites for rawhide, iron ore, and whatnot, it's the same. A Torment 4 enemy doesn't really have a bajillion things, and a lower enemy does, sort of. But it's just elites. So really, it's just about killing elites, just about farming the boxes and doing what you gotta do quickly with a nice fun build, where it doesn't need billions of damage to get it done. You know what I mean? Now, certain things do require Torment 4, like the Undercity, maybe. If you're trying to farm the Undercity for Masterworking materials, or if you're trying to do the Pit, that's Torment 4. Oh, sorry, not the Pit, but you're trying to farm the Infernal Horde for Obducite, then Torment 4 is better. If you're trying to farm the Undercity for Obducite as well, Torment 4 is better. It's just not worth it to waste the tribute, you know what I mean? But for general resource farming, it's better on Torment 1. So Nightmare Dungeons are better on a higher Torment. But if you're just trying to farm elites super quickly to get resources, it's better at a lower tier. I did the testing. Really. If you consider how long it sort of takes through Torment 4 with a non-broken build, it takes a bit longer per enemy. You have to kind of fight them for a second or so per enemy versus just going through immediately fast. It turns things into a chore, sort of like a burden. Here I'm able to quickly kill the group. Like you quickly kill the group as opposed to make a conscious decision to choose to fight that group. But here you just kill them. No big deal. This is a privilege of getting level 300, okay? It's a privilege. Still trying to go. Let me increase my speed here. I'm looking for the goblins, baby. Okay, right there. I don't want to do that event. We're not doing it. You know what? I'll go ahead and do it. It'll be fast enough. It's fast enough. It's fine. For example, farming the Blood Maiden for Exquisite Blood does not guarantee a big bundle on Torment 4. It's about the same. Alright, and I'm doing Torment 1 just to prove a point. If I was doing Torment 3 or something, then that wouldn't be proving a point. Proving a point, so that people ask that question. Okay, I'm gonna go. Alright, so we're heading on down to this other box. We got the Frenzy event again, another rune. Great. Yeah, also if you're farming bosses, you know? So for farming bosses, you sort of want to do that at a higher difficulty. If you're doing the Infernal Horde with a full team, Torment 4, easy peasy. You know what I mean? Because you're in one room, and the goal is to get as many of those cinders as of the ether as possible, and you know you do it as a group in Torment 4. It's like a small little room. But if the goal is to go across a large span of area and go through as many treasure chests and elite enemies as possible, you know, then lower the better, because you're not getting anything extra. Okay, we're going. Okay, let me speed up again. I'm hoping that the cellar here might have a treasure goblin inside. Yes. Proving a point. And I had to modify my build too. My build before, I was dealing a bunch of damage with Upheaval and the Ring of Red Pure and the Banished Lord's Talisman and the Ring of the Stellar Skies and something else, you know. And I was doing a big old dollop of damage, but I didn't have Leap on as a sacrifice, and I didn't have some other stuff on. But now I'm maintaining 200% movement speed, and I have this constantly resetting Leap, and it's rather enjoyable. And it's custom tuned to this difficulty. At first it wasn't strong, and now it's pretty strong. And I can bring this into Torment 4, it's just not liquid speed. And there's no benefit for my objective. And again, Torment 4, Nightmare Dungeon, the elites drop 15 and up, or 15, but the 3-star drops 45. But 15 Obducite, and on Torment 1, they're dropping 1. It's pretty terrible. Aha, you see? Okay, I've solved the riddle. I've solved the riddle. I understand now. Okay. I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. It's true. Let me ask X a question. The dudes in the Helltide that say, "Light, show me mercy," or "No, no, no. No, not you. Click on to initiate either a harbinger or a treasure goblin." What are they called? Let's see here. I asked a weirdo question. What are they called? They're called I know you know the answer. Doomsayers. Yes, it's Doomsayers. The AI is so good. Look, I asked a question with AI that I couldn't have asked a question in Google, because I want to know what those guys are called. So I could then tell people on the internet how to farm the treasure goblin, because I figure it out. The best way to farm the treasure goblins is a Helltide in Nahantu by clicking on the Doomsayers. That's the answer. I never had an update either, Alex. I expected an update, but there wasn't one. It must have been a preload from last time. I figure it out. It's the Doomsayers. You click on them. Because they could have extra goblins, and I think like 2 or 3 spawn. But of course, they're all around. I didn't have an update. It was just already good to go. I expected one, but there wasn't. I expected there to be a system update with the game being offline for 2 hours, but never happened. So. Hey, Doomsayer! I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. Out of my way. Hand over the goblin. Hand over the goblin. Okay. Pya! Pya! I gotta take a screenshot of this. You're asking where do you get rewards? I think it'll just be given to us, but usually it's going to be in Kyovished. I haven't checked yet. Look, Greed Shrine. Goblins. Got it. Screenshot number 1. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, okay, there's not going to be any... Well, I think everyone that logs in during a certain time period will automatically get the rewards in their account whenever the community as a whole kill millions of goblins. You know? I think we just automatically get it. You don't have to go to a vendor to go pick it up. I think. The Doomsayer. Flesh Ripper. Oh yeah. Kind of hard to see. The Greed Shrine.
The forge is ready for whatever's that.
That was pretty good back there, wasn't it? That was worth it. The combination of the Greed Shrine. Yes, it's all of us. It's not individual. The whole 5... People are complaining about the 5 million... No, it's as an entire community of all the people currently playing Diablo to get 5 million within a certain time frame. It's like 5 million, 10 million. It's like some number that, you know... Come on, get off the horse. Yeah, so... And we can't track or anything. people are complaining that their goblin count isn't counting. 'Cause there is an achievement to kill 6,656,666 treasure goblins, which is insane. And the number isn't going up when you kill these special goblins that have the red bag. These special red bag goblins. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, all up in your face. Not doing it, wouldn't be prudent. No, I'll go ahead and do it. Come on, a whole minute. I gotta find another doomsayer. Oh no, no. I have the answer. It's doomsayers and treasure goblin. Oh, sorry, and greed shrines in Nahantu. And just in general. Oh yeah. Greetings. Hello, friend. You see, Marvel Rivals. Sorry, different subject. But Marvel Rivals, I was thinking about it. About whether or not it should be a PvE game, because it would be kind of fun. I was thinking about this game here and how fun it is because you're around other people and you can say things like goodbye. You know, it's pretty easy and dynamic with the emote wheel and all that. And I was thinking about in Marvel Rivals, you can communicate with people and say hello, and there's emotes, and you know you're fighting together side by side, but it's all PvP. It would be interesting to have the same sort of dynamic, like an MMO sort of thing, with the same sort of vague heroes, sort of, where you're fighting against forces of whatever, a symbiote army or some weird thing, and you're going through doing something, going through New York City and picking up something, you know. Yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna ride. Now I'm riding. Okay. I gotta find a doomsayer. But always elites are really hard to ignore. Aha! Goblin! 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 I was watching the minimap. Oh boy. Whee. You're welcome. I'm rich. No, I just gotta find a doomsayer. I'm trying to take a screenshot. Okay, now let me go all the way down. This time I'm not gonna stop as much. You're welcome. Over here. Yeah. Thank you for all the stuff. I want the stuff. Okay. The Doomsayers and Greed Shrines. Isn't it cool how I was able to ask the AI that question and I knew it would know? Just ask like you're asking the question. You know those guys that you kill in the Helltide, and they say no, 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 or light, show me mercy, and you kill them, and they could either spawn a harbinger or a treasure goblin. What are they called? And it answered the question. Wonderful. Aha. Got it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Doomsayers and Greed Shrines in Nahantu. That's right. I had to post that. Now, is it every time? I'm ready. Not every time. Not every time, but it was like a couple times in a row. Hey there. Okay, for the goblins, it's in Nahantu. The Greed Shrines and Doomsayers in Nahantu while exploring the whole thing. Because those Doomsayers could have like 3 goblins pop up or more. Or something like that. And same thing with the Greed Shrine. It has a different number of goblins that could spawn, but in between there's a bunch of other goblins, and they have a chance to spawn 1 or even 2 extra goblins, and it's sort of random. Okay, the Greed Shrines and Doomsayers in Nahantu. Sweet. Oh gosh, I only got 1 minute remaining. Oh no. I'm over here sidetracked. Come on. Okay, got the goatman. Oh. Got it. Beautiful. And there you are, beautiful. Helltide is over. But I think right in between the Helltide and non-Helltide, it resets the goblin spawns. I think when the map shifts over, we're looking for the sellers here as well. Nope. Yep. Doomsayers can spawn clusters of goblins. Booyah! Silly Billy. Alright, head on back down to the Tree of Whispers, yeah. Yeah, the cellars. Well, you know how sometimes a cellar can have a bunch of goblins inside? My theory is that the chance for that occurrence is increasing. And you know how some dungeons, especially the Nahantu dungeons, have that little extra treasure room? And it can sometimes have goblins inside? I think the chance for that to have goblins inside has increased. And you know how the Realm Walker has a little side, little dungeon pockets inside, and those can have treasure goblins inside those pockets? I think that has increased as well. I don't know for sure though, but I'm checking them. That's what I'm trying to find out through direct analysis, because it's possible. Know what I mean?
The forge is ready for whatever we need.
The forge is hot. Okay, let's hop on down to here. Here. 3 events? Oh my goodness gracious. Let's do it. Yeah. Everything. And you know how the Realm Walker, as it travels across, a couple goblins spawn in its path? It's actually a pretty good method in general to farm the goblins. Like 1 or 2 will spawn en route. I tested it. It didn't seem like a big cluster was spawning. Okay, let's just check. There's a lot of iron chunk right there. Come on. I gotta do 3 events. Congratulations. Have a good day. It's been a ride around for a second. My Gillian Brew and Opal are about to wear off. And go around for a moment. Is that a goblin? No. No. Another shrine. Oh yeah. Wait, I thought I heard a goblin. Heading to this other event. Oh yeah. You gotta love these things. Thank you for the goodies. Now you know why I'm doing Torment 1. Let's check this cellar over here. Enter the hole. I drive a fast car. Ho! Right there. Well, it's not Helltide. Going this way. And then whoa, baby. Aha. Oh, never mind. This is an event. This is an event. This would be an event. Gotta free the people. Leave them alone, you dregs of society. Leave them alone. It's all the same, all the same. And one more event. Faster. Alright, there. It's a really easy event. Super easy. Already done, you see? Already done. Isn't that amazing? Okay, I'm just going to leave this region now. That's all done. Got the whisper complete. Alright, so now that we're in between, I'm going to go ahead into the PvP area.
Let's go.
I'm going to go into both PvP areas and kill the boss. Yeah. Gonna tag myself for PvP, and my goal is to head to this event and hopefully open up a couple of those baleful chests. And I'm trying to test to see just maybe there's some extra goblins in the PvP area. I felt like there were last time I checked. There's an increased frequency of goblins in the Fields of Hatred. That's what I'm checking right now. As there should be. But I'll get killed in 2 seconds if there's a spirit born out here. This chest right here. Look at that 2-star. You see that? Really worth it. Really worth it. Okay. There should be more stuff that you can purchase with these, the dust here. I don't want to be in one spot forever. Okay, moving on. Goblin. See? 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 The fields of hatred. My dearest wanders these deserts alone. My dearest. Yeah. See, if a player were to walk up to me, they'd probably die. This is I have this nice safety window, right? They would have to jump in at me from a pretty far distance. Right? With these earthquakes and the dust devils. Where are you? Escort me. I like to extract these seeds of hatred when I have about 10,000. And look, we're done. Sadly. Oh boy. And now I have to extract and then extract again. We're done here. That's right. Is it worth 1? It's worth 3. Okay. There's so much. Oh, another goblin. It's true. It's true. It's true. Okay, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. On the goblin equation. Okay. I'm gonna extract. There I have over 10,000. Gotta extract. I'll teleport back and then back in. I'll do it again. I'll just go up along this outer rim here. How much more time? 24 seconds. Blood marked, yeah. See, when I do this, it alerts all the other players in this domain that there's somebody extracting. Done. I have extracted. See, more stuff like that, people. More stuff like that. So cool.
It is done.
Here we go. Now I'm just going to keep on going around the outer rim. And I have to get the other seething abomination. But it's okay. Looking for the baleful chest. Wait, I have to remark myself, I think. Yep. Okay, we're looking. Come on, yeah. That works out just fine. Looking for goblins. And the elites right here. All this reinforcement training. Reinforcement learning. With rewards teaching me how to play the game. They really want you to focus on elites. All throughout this game. Elites are the way to go. In between enemies are just sort of trash that you sometimes are instructed to clear or sweep up. Thank you. And right there. And around the outer rim, we're looking for the baleful chest. Goblin. Okay, it's true. It's totally true. It's totally true. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, sure. You'd think there'd be more goblins in the PvP area, right? And there are. Alright, got this good box here. See, it's sort of like the Helltide, but way more of this currency drops than cinders. The aberrant cinders. But the difference is you have to manually pick up this currency. You automatically pick up the cinders. Your pet picks it up for you. You just gotta run over it, but here you gotta click on it, and it's first come, first serve. If there are other players in the area. Where I want 10,000 before extracting. I'm sort of coming through the middle here. Let's look for a goblin. Okay, another boss right there. That boss here has a lot of material on him. Okay, I got 10,000. Right as rain. Now I wonder how often the baleful chest respawns. Because there was one down here earlier. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way across again. A bit faster. They keep rewarding me. Oh yeah. Keep on going. You know, one day there's going to be something valuable in the PvP area, and it's nice to already have the money for it. So we're sort of grinding for the future. I've already purchased all the mount stuff, I'm pretty sure. Okay, we're leaving. I'm leaving. It's just nuts. Look at that, big piles, hundreds. And 45. Right there, okay. I'm extracting, and then I'll be going down to the other PvP area. What do you say? Oh yeah. Yeehaw. All done. Now we head back to the Tree of Whispers. Let me post something. The field. One second. The fieldsofhatred.com. I got a marker on the thing for the people. Right here. Fields of Hatred, Alzuda, Pow, Zoom, to the moon. The PvP zone. There are 2 of them on the map. Seem to have a high treasure goblin. Baby. What you do? Alright, here we go. So, gonna unload again, right? And we're heading over to the other PvP area. Right over here. Ain't that fun? Yep. Yep. The fields of hatred. Besetting all sides. Okay, so now at this point, let's just look and see what I've gotten so far, huh? Go unload all this stuff. We've gotten a lot of runes without even boss farming from all that harvesting. Nice and clean. Yep. These boss parts, put them away, a whole lot of them. And I'm getting... oh. Maybe the goblins are dropping these tributes as well. Maybe. So the goal is to find the gold shrine dungeons. I don't know if the gold shrine dungeons have a higher chance to have a gold shrine. Sorry, the gold find dungeons, if they have a higher chance to having a gold shrine inside. Just like, does the ancestral dungeon have a higher chance of having the XP shrine? I don't know. Seems to be across the board. Certainly not guaranteed. Anyways, we're carrying on in this journey of life. We'll see how many materials I have when I come back. I'll be right back, okay? Hit that follow button, or else we're getting the sweet, sweet goodness of your... Hit the follow button. Pretty please. If you're watching here on X or something. Showing you how it's done to appreciate the world of material. Right now I have precisely 810,000 iron chunk. So the rate of income is pretty good. Pretty good. I'll be right back. Hit the follow button.
cannot be in the
Okay.
This will do.
All this stuff. Yep. And now I'm doing this right here at a super low level just to get the Grim Favor. Okay. Just for the Grim Favor. What a great time. Sweet. Yeah, baby. Let's hop even more. And we'll head back out there into the field and do what we have to do. All the way down. Oh, very nice. Right into the middle here. And we're done. Ain't that special? Is the goblin only for seasonal? Maybe, but maybe not. No. If you're asking that question because you're not getting the goblins, it's just, it's rare. I don't think it's for season only. It might be though. About to head back out there right now. Right now. Right there in the Helltide Tree of Whisperer combo. Let's do the Helltide Tree of Whisperer combo. And the goblins will just come as they come. Let's just know that in Nahantu, there'll be more. I don't have to do just Nahantu. I still have benefit doing everything across the map with the Tree of Whisperer focus. Okay, let's go straight to the thing. Right here. Beautiful. And then I might spawn this a couple times because I have to get rid of all these hearts. Yes, the rewards are for the Vessel of Hatred, the cosmetic rewards. So the extra rewards that you get for the community killing millions of goblins is only for people that have purchased the expansion. But there's no indication that this is a seasonal only activity because it's not everybody's doing the seasonal thing. It's probably even for the hardcore side. But I have determined that it's the Greed Shrine and these Doomsayers in general, if you can find them across the map, that they will give you a group of goblins. To test that theory, I'm going to be riding across super quickly in just a moment or so. There it is. Do it again. Yep. And then my Tree of Whispers is cool. Yeah. And it might not seem like there's goblins, but there really are. Right here it says that it seems like Nahantu is extra popular right now. And they are across the map. You'll find them, and sometimes they spawn an extra goblin. But then if you find a greed shrine, an extra icon appears over your head, and during that time period, extra goblins could spawn. And it's random how many goblins could spawn during that time period until the icon is gone. So greed shrines in general. And some dungeons have, every dungeon has a shrine, right? But some dungeons are larger than others. So if you can find a smaller dungeon that you can spam through or something like that, get some sigils going maybe, but there's shrines out here in the field. I'm going back right now. This might be a good tribute farm if the goblins are dropping tributes. I think they are. Because I need some masterworking tributes. Yep. Ah, chemicals. I love my chemicals.
It is done.
Guess what I'm doing? Varshan. You see? It's really easy to knock out these whisper activities. Get a big old bundle. And then I'll be going back down to the PvP area to kill the abomination. Oh yeah, my girl's a vegetable. Lives in the hospital. Check this out. And I buy her anything. Oh no, here we go right now. To keep her alive. She's got her own TV. It's called an EKG. It doesn't matter what comes, you hear me? With Mentos. And now, I just want to show you the frequency. I'm not going to loot anything here. I'm just going to ride across really quick until I see a goblin. I have a theory about these things. I'm not going to stop and kill anybody. Yep. I'm not stopping. See? See? You see? Do you see? Woo-hoo! Mission accomplished. Oh yeah. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It is done.
Darn right. I'm going to try to catch this realm walker before it's done. It's in Nahantu, people. It's in Nahantu. I'm still trying to test out the theory to see whether or not the realm walker is a good method for the goblin farming, but I already did it, and it didn't really seem to have any extra goblins appearing inside the dungeon. But I think there's still a chance. Come on. Come on. You're welcome. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Woohoo! There it is. And then that would be a goblin. Body parts bonanza. That's done. It's a body part bonanza. Into the hole. I think the game is deliberately layering on gameplay elements over time. Because they know how to curate an audience. People that understand that it's sort of off-putting to have something that's too complicated. Now, people are comparing this game to Path of Exile. And you look at the skill tree and it looks complicated, right? But that's only because that game operates differently with how you get your abilities and power. In this game here, it's more gear-oriented, where you have legendary items that have aspects on it that give you some sort of ability. And then you have affix lines, and then you custom tune them, fine-tune them, and there could be certain things, and you're good to go. On the other one, you add a bunch of affix lines to gear with this really just stat-oriented, like extra damage here, extra defense there, health and whatnot, like stats. Okay? And the skill tree has abilities, okay? But the gear doesn't have abilities, meaning this right here says your shout skills create 3 dust devils that deal damage along the way. Your dust devils are bigger and blah blah blah. That wouldn't be on a piece of gear in Path of Exile. That would be in the skill tree, which makes the skill tree look really dense, right? What if you took all this stuff, you put that into a skill tree, and you said, look at our game. Having it as a gear drop makes it exciting. Makes the gear very exciting. When you first start a season, you're getting brand new abilities through gear drops. Leveling is more about fine-tuning with little precise changes, and it's set at a certain point. This has a lovely process. Yeah, so basically the skill tree in Path of Exile looks complicated because all of the skills and sub-skills are on the tree, whereas all of that is on gear. You have some skills and sub-skills in your skill tree, and the rest of it, for all the sub-weird modifiers for the skills, that's all through gear. Lightning Orb. Lightning Orb now casts twice. Lightning Orb spawns a Frost Nova upon getting hit. Frost Nova does this and that, you know? All of your minions have thorns. That would be in the skill tree. Maybe. Or something. Corpses spawn, blah blah blah. Now, I don't think these things here are any different. But it's a Realm Walker worth whispers in the hunt to, and you gotta do that. The Nahantu Realm Walkers have socketables. The socketable Opal, which in theory is worth more money because it's more rare, because it's only from Nahantu. Thank you. And then I'm gonna run outside for a second. Just because I can. Maybe. I think it's best if I went straight out there back to the Helltide. Leaving realm was done. Thank you very much. And on 7 minutes until the Legion event, we're not doing that. Okay, I just want to do one quick thing. How about let's go straight to this cellar. Or two things. Kill 100 enemies in the field for 3 seconds. How about this? My theory in general is that there's usually a treasure goblin within every subdivision. You see how there's different parts of the map here? And now there's more. So, I'm going to ride around really quick. I just have a theory. Got the corpse and then the cellar. So that's done. Back to the tree. Okay, let's do the cellar. Only because it's here. I was going to just run across the field until I got a treasure goblin. But the cellar's here. I'm still seeing if there could be treasure goblins inside the cellar. Oh, you quit a month before Vessel of Hatred? Well, if you came back to the game, please do not copy your build. You can do whatever you want to do, but you're not going to have a good time. You're not going to have a good time if you copy your build from the internet. You can play as a Spiritborn if you want to, but my recommendation and advice is to not copy the build from the internet. Most of the game in a game like this is the discovery method, trial and error to figure out how to produce the best synergized build to maximize the effectiveness of your current playstyle. Like whatever your playstyle is, whatever your favorite effects are, there's ways to amplify that, and it's very exciting. To make it more efficient and effective with the cooldowns and how your skills flow into one another, and the resources and all that stuff. That's what you have to worry about. Now, if you're wondering about coming back to the game, it's much better now since before this season. The major changes, besides, the map, this whole section down here was added, so there's a bunch of cool stuff, jungles and stuff, and the storyline, and a Spiritborn class, whatever. There's also this new dungeon sort of thing called the Undercity over here in this, right here. And you operate it through... One second. These tributes, you see? It says, complete with attunement rank 1 or higher to earn a random boss summoning items. There's different tributes that you get through different methods across the map. You see? Radiance for ancestral legendaries, right here for masterworking materials. It's a speed dungeon. Enemies don't drop anything. There's a timer. You kill certain enemies, the timer goes back up. It's cool. Speed dungeon. Okay, so they added a really cool speed dungeon. I'll do it right now, right when I'm talking, okay? So there's a speed dungeon now. You can do it really fast. You click on the braziers and you fill up a meter and whatever boss at the end. Speed dungeon, sort of like the Horn of Trials from before. They removed the Horn of Trials. You can click on it, but it doesn't do anything. And over here with your character, with your character, you see, it says no active trials available. The trials are over, and now a similar event called the Undercities here. And you have all this stuff. It's nice. Look, it's nice. Yeah. Now, before I show you the Undercity, because you might leave prematurely while I'm speaking, there's also a raid. It's really nice. It's nice. You get a weekly reward box, and there's new consumables, sort of. You know, there's like an incense that gives you 5% more damage. There's some stuff you can get to give you a free treasure goblin, or an anvil in a dungeon, or resurrection scroll thing to resurrect people really quickly, and things, whatever. And special cosmetics, really nice ones. But it's a raid with multiple phases, like multiple big wings with a boss at the end, and weird things that you have to do with other people, otherwise it doesn't work. Your team will wipe if you don't do it correctly. It's a challenge. Your team will wipe if you don't do it correctly, and you can't do it alone because you have to open up a door using 2 different people, you know, standing on 2 different pedestals. And there's a phase where you have to split into 2 different rooms to complete some stuff and then move on. Another phase where you have to kill a boss by going to the shadow dimension to kill his spirit side, while the other half is fighting him on the other side. If everybody goes through one side, you all die. Anyways, see, you deposit a tribute to modify the outcome, and you could also, specify with a bargain, like maybe if I other loot. In addition, before I show you this dungeon here, they have increased the Paragon level to 300. It used to be 100. And now it's cross-character with intra-realm, meaning your seasonal characters all share the same Paragon. Your eternal side all shares the same Paragon. Whenever the seasonal character, whenever the season's over, it collapses down, XP adds up. It goes up to 300. I don't know if they'll increase it when this season's over. Maybe they will. I don't know. But 300 as opposed to 100, which is a big deal in terms of power and how fine-tuned your build can be. 100 was almost limited, and you had to make major sacrifices for your Paragon board if you're still following me. Let me know if you're still following me. Yeah. So 300. They also increased the basic skill level up to 60. So Paragon 0 or 1 starts at level 60, as opposed to 50, which means they added more stuff here and there to accommodate for that, like extra things here and there. Specifically, everybody got a new skill. Barbarians got this mighty throw thing. Hurl your weapon, dealing a bunch of damage, and blah, blah, blah. And a bunch of other stuff, of course. Okay? So, level 300, as opposed to 100. Big deal. Cross character, which means if I make a new character, the second they hit level 60, they are now officially Paragon 300. They don't have any glyphs, and I still have to grind the pit and everything. Another thing, the method of progression is now different. Before, you would have to grind the pit for the masterworking material to masterwork your gear to level 12, or to masterwork level 12 to focus on an affix line and make it better. And it costs a lot of money and resources and whatever. And before, it will cost Obducite, Iron, and Indicite. Obducite, Indicite, and Iron is what it cost before, and you would have to go above a certain pit level to get the next tier of material, and then it became really slow and hard to get stronger through gear upgrades. But now they changed it. I'll tell you in just a second. Before, with Nightmare Dungeons, you would have to farm Nightmare Dungeons to level up your glyphs, right? And you'd do a Nightmare Dungeon at the highest possible level, level 100, and then you keep on doing it over and over and over again. And then some nightmare dungeons are better than others because the dungeon itself might suck. It might say kill all the enemies or collect the animus and you forgot one piece of animus, or find all the prisoners or find the key. Some of them are pretty easy, right? It's sort of random how the nightmare dungeons work. So it would be frustrating in the past, maybe. People would try to speed run through the dungeons without doing anything, without looting anything. And it became sort of an annoying, weird thing to quickly go through a nightmare dungeon just to level up your glyph. But they changed it. Now, your sigils are no longer bracketed down by level. Now it's just a sigil. Okay? And they reduced the number of affixes. Now it's just Ancestor's Favor or Gold Find for the bonus, for the positive affix. The negative can be Volcanic or Monster Barrier or, Empowered Leads, Stormbane's Wrath, all that garbage. Okay? I think they fine-tuned it a bit, but there's a bunch of different negative things, but only 2 different positive things, and it's no longer a level range. It's just the dungeon. And, it's based upon the torment level. Oh, they also removed monster levels. There are no more monster levels over the characters' heads. They match the torment level. They also have increased the number of difficulties up to Torment 4, when before it was something else. It goes up to Torment 4 now, and they added a couple difficulties toward the beginning. It goes, you see, Normal, Hard, Expert, Penitent, Torment 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now it's spread across the board. In Torment 4 here, Armor Reduction, Resistance Reduction, Humongous Degree. Okay? So now in a Nightmare Dungeon, there's no level range. I mean, you're not doing a specific Tier 85 Nightmare Dungeon. No, you're just doing a Nightmare Dungeon. Okay? And the reason why you're doing it is because all the enemies in there, or whatever, drop Obducite. So you're doing Nightmare Dungeons for Obducite now. And you no longer need Neath Iron and Indicite. It no longer exists. Now it's only Obducite, along with Veiled Crystals and whatever, Rawhide Iron, and Abstruse Sigils, or whatever is needed to upgrade gear, but it's no longer anything but Obducite. That becomes a barrier. And you get the Obducite from Nightmare Dungeons, from the Elites. They drop like 15 at a time. The treasure chests from inside Nightmare Dungeons, stuff like that, okay? And the Undercity, if you use the Tribute of Refinement, which drops Masterworking Materials, you see? This right here, it says Masterworking Materials, earn Obducite, and the Infernal Horde for the Obducite. So it's awesome. They fine-tuned it. They refined it, and now it makes more sense, and it's a lot more manageable, and the path forward is much more attainable. You know what I mean? You can see the path forward, you know what it takes to get there, and then you get there. As you see here, I also have a mercenary. They've added mercenaries. You can have 2 mercenaries. You see? You have a hired mercenary and a reinforcement mercenary. The reinforcement is triggered whenever you do something. It's triggered based upon a skill. So whenever I leap there, every 20 seconds, it's going to be a Storm of Fire from my secondary dude. The primary guy, he has a whole tree of stuff, and he does things. Increases my lucky hit chance against enemies hit by the salvo, blah, blah, blah. But this one has a passive effect that reveals all the enemies and materials in the area. Check this out. Check out the minimap. Look at that. Look at the minimap above my head. Isn't it amazing? Now, even on the main map, you can see the ore, you see? See, I can see all the ore. Oh my gosh. So he's doing stuff, you see? And you see every so often with a 20-second cooldown, Every so often, there's an extra fire effect. Whatever. They've also added runes, which might just be a seasonal thing. Well, it doesn't say that, but I think it might just be an expansion thing. It says Vessel of Hatred item. It doesn't say seasonal, but I don't know. But they work in a pair with the runes. So basically, you can now have extra spell effects added to your repertoire for free. So I'm using 2 different pairs of rune words. Right here, every 2 skills I cast with a cooldown, I get an extra earthquake. You see? Extra. And of course, every time I leap, there's an earthquake. So every other skill, there's an extra earthquake. Awesome. And over here, if I'm in combat and I avoid health damage while fighting, every 2 seconds, 2 wolves spawn. And the wolves freeze and make the enemies vulnerable. So watch this. So in just a second, I'll have a whole horde of wolves. Just a moment. Just wait a second. Right here. Look at all those wolves. Well, that's cool. They added runes, which is a whole layer of spell effects along with the mercenaries, right? And they have their own little progression, and there's an extra vendor. I'll show you right now. There's a den here where you can swap out your guys, and there's a vendor that you spend this special currency on. It's one more method to get items. Okay?
I don't think Subo likes me.
There's a vendor here, and see Masterworking cash, you see Augment cash, Salvage cash. See? You know? And specific items for currency. And the way that you get that currency is as you fight, your mercenaries are leveling up. That's what this purple bar is right here, you see? And as they level up, they get this these coins whenever you hit the bar up there. Whenever you get up there, special currency and special currency. Yes, I know, Simon, about the goblins in Nahantu. When I first played, I got like 14 goblins within 20 minutes within this section right here. No. But yes, Nahantu. But specifically, for the highest density, it's going to be, in my opinion, the Doomsayers and Greed Shrines within the Helltide of Nahantu. While you're going around, scrubbing through, looking for the goblins, the Greed Shrines have it, and the Doomsayers have it. The Greed Shrines are pretty rare, but the Doomsayers are scattered here and there. And I've had several of the Doomsayers that would have a cluster of goblins. But yes, it's here. But on top of that, I noticed that in general, the Fields of Hatred have a higher concentration of goblins in other parts of the map. And it's true here now. I just went there to do the Spirit Whispers, and there was a few, you know? There was like over here, over here, over here or something, you know? So, there as well. But yes, the Nahantu. I was just explaining the new game here and how it's slightly different and better. Also, they made it where you can craft specific mythics using runes and the sparks. Before, it was just crafting a random mythic, right? Random mythic. And because people are generally stronger and everything, the farmability of mythics is a bit higher. Because I feel like the acquisition of boss summoning parts is much higher now with the Undercity, with the Tribute, and this Realm Walker thing. There's a Realm Walker activity. It's like a boss that spawns and walks across the map. At the end of it, there's a portal. Go into a portal. It's like a little mini dungeon, and the dungeon will give you, at the very end, these opals, which are used as a consumable. They give you 15% extra XP on top of other sources and increased drop rate of one type of material or another. The equipment opal is good to use on bosses. There's a torment opal for extra boss summoning parts, and so on. You see? So I feel like they've increased the drop rate of that in general. Plus, there's a party finder. You see, there's a party finder, and it's pretty good. There's usually a bunch of stuff happening, and you could easily join some stuff for deep pit runs and for boss fights. You see? There's people always doing something with these high-level pits, and there's boss layers, and awesome. So the whole idea of people charging for runs, it's really easy just to jump in and start farming for an hour and then just leave. And whenever... Oh, watch this. Watch this. If I do... One second. Watch this, watch this, watch this. And we wait. Yes, Party Finder, it works very well. And I've been using it sometimes here and there, and you're also able to list open world exploration like the Helltide. And doing that, you get people to go farm the Blood Maiden, especially during some event. So it's nice. And I'm trying to prove some point. Here. Oh. No. I'm doing Torment 1 for a reason, by the way. For a reason that you'll never understand. Oh, the people. Oh. I wanted to show you something. Maybe here? Maybe here? No. Yeah. I'll show you in just a second. I'll show you really. The final thing I'll show you. Well, I feel like they've added a lot during this last season, you know, that people don't want to mention when they talk trash about this whole situation. They're blind to things. So check this out. Check this out. Look, you can craft specific mythics. You know, you want a grandfather, you have to get a bunch of runes. 6 Zol, 6 Moat, and 6 Yaks, plus 2 sparks. You get a spark from breaking down a mythic. You eventually have to get a bunch of mythics, but eventually you'll have more... eventually the bottleneck should be the rune over the spark. You know? These are all my different runes. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. Yes, and I'm gonna clean up for a second over here. Know what I mean? I had to stop and explain the game to the peoples, and now I'm all out of my material opal. I guess I'll use the torment opal for a bit, even though I'm trying to go for material. My current goal, my long-term goal, now that I'm level 300, is just to get a million iron chunk and rawhide. That's my sort of goal before the season's over. You know what I mean? That's my goal. Otherwise, what's the point? Not really. And along the way, items will drop, and maybe there might be something that's good for me, but I'm not looking for something. And over time, if I keep playing the game, see all these boss parts, I end up with a lot of boss parts. Every so often, I'll grind a boss for a bit. Or I'll sell a big old stack of this stuff and end up with a lot of money. 35 billion gold. The prices have gone crazy these days for the economy. It's all messed up. You see that? And there's different ways to do everything, you realize. Did you know that if you want exquisite blood, you kill the blood maiden? Isn't that fun? Think about that. There's distinct ways to get these things, if you view it in that method. The whole idea of farming for materials, farming for boss summoning parts, and not really mattering how long it takes, or the speed, or difficulty, or whatever. The Tree of Whisperers have boss parts inside. Treasure Goblins too. Other and elites in general can have these things, and the rate at which they drop does not increase at a higher difficulty. That's why I'm on Torment 1. I don't need the XP. XP still sort of matters because my minions here, they level up only through elite kills, just a bit. They're getting a certain amount of rapport from that. They're also getting XP from the Tree of Whisper turn-in and from events and so forth. You know, little dollops here and there, and for the Tree of Whispers, the Helltide boxes. Okay, back to the game. I had to explain things. A person in the audience said that they're thinking about playing the game that they haven't played since the last season. But I tried to sell it to them. And the current discourse of the game right now is that there is a broken build for the Spiritborn where it's doing too much damage. Quintillion, a series of broken builds involving a series of different synergistic things. With the Spiritborn, unintended and buggy. So it's doing way too much damage. And that is altering the overall perception of the game to the point where people are only farming the highest level pit, and they're doing it for speed and time, and that's their goal, and that's all they're doing all day long is just the pit, and everything else is seen as not worth it. And they're buying everything with gold, and they're selling, and if they need to go do something, they go ahead and buy it, you know, and they're skipping most of the game, and they're looking up a build without like looking at gear and sculpting their own build. They're copying a build. How can you copy a build in Diablo? Half of the game is like trying to figure out how to get strong, and you're cheating basically. You're getting the answers to the test. How do you get stronger? Don't forget about this and that. Don't forget about all the things. And here's the exact ratio. You know what I mean? Make sure that this item has this affix line and so forth and so on, and this is how much it should cost. And they're sort of playing this weird meta game on top of the game, meaning they're not really playing the game, they're playing the game on top of the game. You know what I mean? Which is to do the most possible damage and hit level 300 through the fastest possible means. And in their eyes, it's by doing a bunch of damage and grinding through the highest level pit to get a bunch of XP. But that, for them, is boring, because they're only doing that. I leveled up to 300, and I wasn't doing that. And I leveled up by playing the actual game and doing the Tree of Whispers and Helltide and a bunch of stuff. I mean, every so often, a bit of the pit, because you have to level up your glyphs. And if you make a new character, which I did, you gotta run through the pit a bunch of times to level up those glyphs. But whenever they're leveled up, you no longer have to. But those people aren't even playing the game. And they are very loud in their opinion, and they say that the game has no end game. If you ever hear a person say that Diablo has no endgame, they're out of their mind. If you ask them, well, what is the endgame? They'll say nothing. Nothing. Like some weird, stupid, sarcastic answer. And if you slap them in the face and pin them to the ground and say, answer me, tell me, what is the endgame? If you had to interrogate them through torture, will they ever finally tell you, or will their cognitive dissonance prevent them, like a mental block, like it's Xavier, preventing them from saying the truth? You know? Because everything after the campaign is the end game. All the Tree of Whispers is the end game. Farming the Helltide, the variety of systems to obtain boss summoning parts, and then farming the bosses for mythics, and then salvaging those mythics to get the sparks, and then getting a bunch of runes through other various methods to then make better mythics over time, while you are getting better versions of everything, and then masterworking that gear to perfection through a variety of other systems to obtain Obducite. You know? For a very specific build, but then you gotta do that for every character with the glyphs leveling up, and that takes a certain amount of time, and it's a fair amount of time. And at a certain point, it's going to get slower, and that's when you make a new character, perhaps. Whenever you have all of your glyphs level up to 100, and you feel like you're not replacing any items recently, that's when you make a new character, and you use all of your excess resources to make that guy better. So now you have to farm Opals, and you have to have the bundled herbs, and you have to have rawhide and iron ore, and a bunch of stuff across the board to make the other guy stronger. And the goal within any given season is to have the 6 characters now fully decked out to their fullest. And those guys become the new eternal characters. So you have the eternal realm and the seasonal realm, and then the seasonal characters become the new eternal characters. And then you can go ahead and delete the old guys. You only have 14 character slots, and in my opinion, you have this rollover period where the new barbarian should be better than your old barbarian. There's no real need to have more than one barbarian, unless they have completely different builds, and this is my fast guy, this is my boss killer, yeehaw. In the future, when there's an armory, and you can move between different builds, you won't need an extra character of the same class. You'll be hitting a button and having all the gear swap, and the title change, and whatever, the cosmetics change, and everything change. Skills, Paragon, Glyphs, sockets, everything change with a single button. You don't need a second character. So the whole point in the future with a season is to make the best version of whatever character you can, of every single class, not just one class that you copied from the internet, is to figure out whatever you want to do. Like, the way it should work is you should know what sort of build you sort of want to go for. Or you're experimenting, and then you like something, and then you start to amplify it. And usually every season they're going to add a bunch of new gear with new aspects that do something really interesting, either to amplify some specific ability or to give you some general amazing benefit for something that affects your class overall. Like the increased fire damage does this. Increased lucky hit chance against burning enemies. Well, I'm already burning them anyways, So you find ways to amplify what you can do, and you get all happy and yeehaw. You level up some glyphs, you do some experimentation, and that's the game. But if you're just copying everything, then there is no wondering, and there is no experimentation, there is no swapping out glyphs. And so when you're normally playing the game, halfway through you might get a new idea, and now you have to swap out a couple items that you thought were best in slot for whatever you're doing, and then you have to swap it out, and now you have to level up something else. Now you have more reason to go get more Obducite and whatever. And that's the game. Yeah. And by the time the season's over, you should be good to go with all the characters as good as they could be. It gets slower and slower because eventually, like right now, I would love to have a 3-star amulet. And the way to get that is just through random happenstance. Or I do the purveyor and I target the amulet slot forever. Or I do the den forever and hit the recycle button or the restock button over and over and over again. You know, it's just going to happen eventually. Eventually, you know, whatever. You don't have to try. Eventually. Every ancestral item has 1-star greater affix. So every ancestral item is now at least a 1-star greater affix item. It has 1 greater affix line. You want to have a 2 or something. That'd be better. Slightly better. And the way it works is you just need slight improvements for dramatic outcome. These percentages really stack up. And in my opinion, the end goal for a character isn't to grind a tier 150 pit. That is just a personal weird challenge. But it's not the point of the game. That's not how it's designed. The devs a long time ago said it's mathematically impossible unless you're bugged out or something like that. Or something. Do 150. But now everyone's doing it because you got this garbage build that deals quintillion damage. The point is to be able to smoothly grind through Torment 4 as if it were Torment 1, where there's not much of a difference between grinding on Torment 1 and Torment 4 in terms of the overall speed. You should be just flowing through without much resistance. Not complete liquid smooth, but around there. If it's complete liquid smooth with a 0 resistance as you move through the map, that means you're a bit overpowered and the game isn't tuned correctly. There should be a mild resistance. You shouldn't be one-shotting a Torment 4 boss. That means that the game itself isn't tuned correctly and the game needs a higher difficulty level. You know what I mean? If everyone is one-shotting the hardest bosses in Torment 4, that means there should be a Torment 5. But if you're not playing a Spiritborn, you should be, you know, if you're really strong, you can do it. But then you're making sacrifices here and there with speed and other quality of life aspects to your build. If you really want to one-shot a boss, you can, but it takes a bit more work. In my opinion, the goal is to be able to kill these lair bosses in Torment 4 before they initiate their first phase. Before Duriel buries himself, burrows and comes back up, or right after he comes back up, he should be dead. But he shouldn't live to the point where he burrows a second time. That means that you're not good enough, or that you have to get stronger. But you should kill him somewhere in that window. But if you kill him immediately, that means that the game is messed up. Sort of. If you just breathe and the thing dies, that means that there's a problem here with the game, and it needs to be tuned a bit better. There should be some mild resistance, and we should not be one-shotting world bosses. It should take a sec. It should be an event with it running back and forth a couple times. But you should be able to go down to Torment 1 and then do everything I just described super fast. Pros and cons, and I really feel that the game is engineered to have people do just that, where they step down to a different difficulty to farm resources of a different variety because there's no penalty. It's not like Torment 4 has 100 bundled herbs in that plant and Torment 1 has 1. No, they both have 7 or something, or 4. It's the same. And in Torment 4, the enemies aren't dropping 300 rawhide. They're dropping 7 or something. You know, or 4 or 1. You know? I've tested it. It's like after all this work, you're going through enemies and then they're dropping garbage. It's made up for. If you need the XP, then yes, that extra time to kill them is worth it. But most enemies don't drop any loot. It's just the elites. For the most part. You know what I mean? So you can be taking a second to kill a bunch of enemies, and then nothing happens. Alright? Alright, my speech is now over, and we can play the game. Speech completed. be right back. Okay. You get a line, I'll get a pole. We'll go down to the flimflam hole. I'm going to test this theory that I have about these doomsayers and their overall frequency. Oh no, no. Light, show me mercy. Okay, step one. Oh yeah. We'll go right on through here for a moment here. Just for a moment. All of the goblins in the world Yes. Okay. We'll drive by here. Thank you. Right here. Wait, thank you, Cancer. That is not a doomsayer. This is okay. Wish me luck. Come on. Be a goblin. Be a goblin. Nope. All right. Gonna go around the bend here. They are infuriated by my actions. Okay, here's another one. Be a goblin. Okay. I'm just gonna complete the cycle, then head back down to Nahantu. So get the Harbinger going. I'm not doing that. Thank you. Another rune here. Oh yeah. You're welcome. And more cinders. And then oh yeah. Spider Queen for a quest. I was working on some side quests earlier. Okay, the Harbingers are slain. Now let's ride a bit faster. Gonna ride all the way up and around here. I'll stop at a few elites here. Alright, goodbye. This structure as well. Now I want to also spend all of my cinders for my hearts. Okay, another elite. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the cellar, then teleport down and get the Blood Maiden. Goblins? Oh gosh. I don't want to do it. Okay, here we go. Can't do this. Woo! The hardest challenge in all of Diablo. Can you imagine the pressure that I have? All these millions of people watching me on the internet? Millions of people? Pressure. Under pressure. Well, excuse me. Excuse me. I just want to go across. I just want to go across, please. Stop giving me all this good stuff, man. Oh, look, a harbinger. Be a goblin. Oh, no, no, no. Light, show me mercy. Okay. Stop it with all the good stuff, man. All this good stuff. Alright, moving on. Okay, I'm just moving right on down the road here. There you go. Oh, Andrew, where's the best spot to farm the goblins? Nahantu. Nahantu. It's the best spot to farm the goblins. Greed shrines and the doomsayers. The doomsayers could spawn goblins, you know? Just like normal, the doomsayers could spawn goblins. But now it could spawn like 4 goblins. And the treasure, the Greed Shrine, which can be found in dungeons as well, but it's also out there in the field, it could spawn a couple or a few. And there's just more all throughout Nahantu. I found like 14 in 20 minutes down there. I was completing the thing here. For the Tree of Whispers. Right here it says Nahantu. Yeah, there's a little icon that says Nahantu. And then, yeah. So ideally, because this is going to be all week long, I'm just going to focus on that region more often than not in between my other tasks. Normally what I do is I focus on the Tree of Whispers, doing the big thing that are worth 5 Grim Favor. If there's a boss or something, I'll knock it out. Sometimes I knock out a quick dungeon. But then I do the Helltide with a focus on the Tree of Whispers, because I'm trying to get rid of these hearts, and then I get extra blood out of it in the process. And there just so happen to be more goblins, and I've already established that the Hellborn or the Doomsayers can have goblins, and they're out here in the Helltide. What in the what? 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 I'm over here justifying being in the Helltide to these schmoes in the audience. They don't know what's going on. I told you it's the same. Part of my speech about the difficulty being different and whatnot, when it comes time to farm bosses for mythics, you know, you think doing a Torment 4 will give you a bunch, but you could farm bosses for like an hour and get nothing, you know? So it's not guaranteed. And you can do it on Torment 2 and 1 and get it right away. So
That looks good. I can fix it.
let me just slide this right back in the box right there. The upgrade? It's actually good. Except for the blood meat. Anyways, as I was saying,
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
doesn't matter the difficulty, and over time you end up getting things. It doesn't really matter. You just have to remove the need from your mind. Remove the need to get things, and then things will come. It'll be a pleasant little... If I try to do that on purpose, it'd be terrible. Doing that on purpose. I mean, come on. What? I'm just gonna go for this box right here. Evidence. What? Woohoo! Oh, I love that. I'm like a dog jumping down the hill. Running back again to do it again. Not really. Alright, so now... Okay. I'm just going to go from right here. Right? I'm just going to go over here. And, unfortunately, there's no Tree of Whispers in this region, and I feel like it's sort of a waste of time just to do the Helltide. I like when there's numerous activities overlapping. There's nothing here. But what I want to do is I'm just going to run across the field and open up the big box, and that's the heck it. And then I'll head back down to the jungle swamps of Nahantu. And... you know, somebody else in the trade chat from a long time ago. Hold on. Asked if they increased the drop rate of mythics because they got 3 mythics from a from boss farming after killing them 10 times. They did some layer thing 10 times and they got 3 mythics. But maybe I'm gonna spawn this guy one time. Might as well wrap this up. Let me hurry the heck up. Let me hurry the heck up. I'm gonna spawn him one time. Because I need to get rid of all these hearts, you know? Hello.
Hello, friend.
Another rune. You know, I get runes all the time from these things. Yeah, you can't trade mythics. It's nice to have, you know, more than one, so you don't have to swap it out, but because it's not character bound, it's account bound, you could move them between your characters, which is what I do for certain items. But it's also nice to have a second one so you don't have to, like, you know, same thing with unique items. Like having one Fists of Fate that you move between two characters, or having two Fists of Fate. But that's not mythic, you know, and that is tradable until you use it. Alright, let me hurry the heck up and go across the land. I'm a complicated man. Woohoo! It's so fluffy. Let me go this way. Hey look, another rune. Se is the wolf rune. I'm trying to memorize runes. CEH is the... Or is it the earthquake? No, I think Ton is the earthquake, right? No, Tech is the earthquake, and... Yeah, Sech is the wolf. So Tech. And Sech. Alright. All these distractions. I'm just gonna go ahead and run through this Helltide. Might as well. No. Yeah, Spiritborn is cool and all, but like I played the Spiritborn as well, but I wasn't doing what they were doing. Once I realized that I didn't want to even look up what the build was. Well, whatever the heck those guys are doing for the quintillion damage, I wasn't doing that. Dang it. But I knew it had to do something with the Rod of Kalepaleke and with the... and don't tell me either. And it had to do with the Quill Volley, okay? But not always Quill Volley. But that rod. So, I didn't do that. And my build was just enhancing the Scorn of the Earth boot that turned the evade into a soar, and then have another aspect that adds vortex to the soar, and a couple other aspects here and there, along with the Wushe Nuk Pa weapon, whatever the heck it's called, which makes the hunter ability a mobility ability, and then every time that you pick up a feather, it reduces the cooldown of your mobilities, or yeah, ability, and every time I left, there was a bunch of feathers coming out, and pick them up, it will return back to me. Every time that you cast a eagle ability, it can spawn feathers. If you haven't spawned feathers, and you spawn 10, and they come back to you, very nice. And it was just jumping around the whole time. But then I made a bunch of other characters since then, and this is the final one I made, and I've been trying to work with him to make him my nice, fast, and fun guy. I normally like barbarians because bouncy, trancy reasons, but the Spiritborn also jumps like that with that vortex jump. The vortex jump. But I think it's broadly shameful to play as that character. You know? It's sort of vaguely shameful. For example, did you hear that Elon Musk got the world record in the best ever dungeon time, Torment 150? At the time, that's what it was. And for me, I look at it and I say, oh, he's using the Spiritborn build? And he's using the bugged elixir? Of course he got a good time. But if he wasn't doing that, and if it was his own build that he could explain how it works, and it's his own build that he made from scratch, it'd be way more impressive, wouldn't it? Like, how is he doing so much damage? Look how good he's moving, it's so cool. Ugh. Versus, you know exactly what he's doing because it's the build that people are doing, and he just has to, you know, it's no longer you doing it. You're just, you know, if there's people that operate where their entire party is the same exact build. Crazy. It's not crazy because it's effective. See, I understand it. I understand it. The problem is, once you start doing it and you get a taste for that damage, you want it. You want the damage. And if everything else feels weak, and then you feel like you're trapped in that build because it's the only thing that works. It's the only thing that works. People say it's the only viable. There's only a couple viable builds, is what they're saying, or playable builds. They're judging that based upon Torment 150 difficulty, not Torment 4 difficulty. You don't need a quintillion. You don't need quintillions of damage for Torment 4. You need billions of damage, not quintillion for Torment 4. Like I was saying earlier, you don't have to do T150 dungeons. That's not the game. It's like an extra thing. And once you... I've been recently kicking people. Whenever I do a public group for the party finder for a nightmare dungeon or something, and I get a spirit born on my team, I kick them. It ruins the entire dynamic. Usually they don't care. They just start running through and leave people behind. It's ridiculous. It's like a weird mentality. That they're not really gamers. They just want to win or something. And they don't care what it takes. You know? They don't care what it takes. They just want to win. So I think it's shameful. And those people have a very loud opinion of this game. You know? While they're doing it to themselves. They say that there's only a couple builds, but they are including the broken, bugged build into their analysis. In my opinion, once you realize that there's something that is broken, you don't include that into your analysis. Okay? If there's a game like Fallout 76 or something, if you knew that the plasma cannon, that the plasma thrower or something is doing too much damage after the last update, and it one-shots everything and it shoots 3 times as far, that means you shouldn't use it. That shouldn't be the only way to... For some people, they say you have to use the really broken thing. That's the only way that you can hope to kill the Scorch Beast in time. And their time is 2 seconds. You know? It ruins your overall gameplay experience. If you expect world bosses and whatnot to die immediately because you're using the broken thing, swapping to normal things, the whole game feels slow. When in reality, that's the actual speed. And you're doing something else. Oh, Elon got banned for using macros or something? He got banned from Path of Exile 2? It's hilarious. Macros. He probably was using a macro. You know? Now, people are using macros in this game as well. And people were abusing some system for a bit with the evade build or something, where they were evading faster than was possible by using a macro or something. Or whatever the heck it was. Oh, he did. Well, I believe him then. If he says he doesn't use a macro, I believe him. Okay? I believe him. Because otherwise he'd probably try to justify the use of macros. You know? Knowing him, he would probably try to talk about how using a macro is a natural extension. He wouldn't lie about using a macro. He would justify its use. How's the event? Well, it's good. You know, my assessment of the event. But I'm about to leave here to return back to the area. I'm just, I have a couple more cinders to grab. Okay, so the Goblins, the event. I like it because I'm a big weirdo. I like the event. Because I'm already doing these things. And I already have a nice mindset about how often to obtain what I need to obtain. And I've been playing all day long forever. And this is going to be lasting a week. And we'll be getting a bajillion goblins over time. And now I can go back down. Let's go down to this corner. And this is... So my assessment is this. Yes. The goblins are dropping a bit more loot than normal, including more boss mats and everything, and probably some tributes and everything, but they're not dropping an extra potion or an extra cash. Like in the past, the goblins were dropping an extra little treasure goblin box. They're not doing that anymore. But now, whenever a goblin spawns, another goblin could spawn with a portal, and then another goblin could spawn with a portal, is the thing. And there's certain situations where there's more goblins. And they're specifically more often in Nahantu, according to the tooltip right here. It says, it seems like Nahantu is extra popular right now. Okay? And Greed Shrines have more goblins, and the Doomsayers have more goblins than normal. So, dungeons in general have shrines, and the shrines could be Greed Shrines. And everything like that. You know what I mean? And in my opinion, because there's an extra concentration in the Nahantu region, and it involves perusing the region to look for goblins out in the wild, more so than from any individual event. They want you to roam the countryside looking for the goblins. They want you to appreciate the game. Okay? They want you to play the game and run out there and have a good old time and appreciate the map and say, man, there's a whole lot of bad guys out here and I'm getting a lot of resources. I was complaining about the lack of rawhide and iron chunk I had before, but now I have a whole lot. I think the treasure goblins are the carrot on the stick, and you're being led down the route of farming materials in the game, because this gets a player to run around. Look right here. It gets a player to go through the map. Okay? Just like, so think about this. Think about the activities in Diablo 4. You have the Tree of Whispers. You have the Helltide. These activities are out there in the world. Look, another goblin. They're out there in the world. Another goblin. You know? So, and that's the end game cycle. The end game cycle is to go through the entire map, doing a variety of activities out there in the open world, with the occasional event, the occasional treasure goblin running around, the occasional seller, fueled through the backbone of the Tree of Whispers telling you where to go, where you have benefit for farming within a region of the map. They want you to play within the map, to the point where the overall density of the monsters feels like a dungeon. They want this to be one big dungeon, is what they want. And this is just increased emphasis in that direction. I'm going to the world boss right now. This is increased emphasis in that direction of farming the actual map. If you're going through Nahantu, it's just going to be a fun old time of farming supplies. I was already farming supplies. It's what I've been doing for a bit. But I'm doing it with the backbone of the Tree of Whispers. So ideally, there's different layers of content here, okay? This region right here, you see there's a bunch of Tree of Whispers activities within this region. But there could also be a Helltide here as well. That's layered activities. So much stuff in one area, having a great old time, getting tons of benefit, going back and forth with the Tree of Whisper cache. It's wonderful, you see? And a Helltide, which we're in between right now, a Helltide activity has increased benefit for doing what you're already doing. Collecting a bunch of cinders, killing 5 Harbingers, killing the Hellborn, killing the Blood Maiden, you know, killing 150 demons. So you're getting a bunch of benefit for just doing a bunch of stuff, you see? Now we're getting extra benefit for just farming things. It's hunting goblins, but in reality, it's farming goblins in the wild. and that's the highest concentration. It's the wild, and they want you to appreciate the overall density of content within Nahantu. Now, I've noticed a while ago that back when I was farming certain things, my favorite route was sort of down here with the Tree of Whispers, because I have a little route, you know, and there's so many enemies all throughout the jungles of Nahantu, the jungle swamps of Nahantu, and I feel like there's a higher concentration of flora all throughout the area. So, like, you're paying for it. That's what the reason is better. And the dungeons are larger, and they have treasure rooms inside. So they want you to appreciate running around in the wild. And it's also an excuse to look for these tenants of Akarat. And to really appreciate all the little fine corners, because you should be running through, looking for the shrines, noting their locations, looping back and forth, identifying the spawn rate of the shrines, and collecting the herbs and whatnot. The goblins are just icing on the cake. You see? You go there for the icing, but you end up full of cake, is my point. They're advertising the icing, but in reality, you're getting the cake that you weren't even eating before. You weren't even eat. So there's some players that I mentioned before that are only doing the pit and they're buying everything. They are lacking rawhide and iron chunk, and they're complaining about it all the time. They say, man, the real end game boss is rawhide, right? Because they're not farming it, but now they are. You see? Now they are. And I, in particular, I said I like the event because I'm a big weirdo. I'm getting a lot of materials today, and I haven't even been streaming that long, because I'm out here in the wild doing a bunch of stuff. I was doing the Helltide a second ago, only because it was worth Tree of Whispers, and you should do these things. Sometimes you get sidetracked a little bit, you see. You had the dark red icon that worth 5, and I went there for the Blood Maiden, but then you end up with a bit of cinders, you want to go spend it. I'm also trying to get rid of my baleful hearts. I have 100, and eventually all of those hearts need to be converted into blood, is kind of how I see it. You're squeezing the hearts of blood. Meaning, you got the exquisite blood, and the Blood Maiden drops the exquisite blood. You see, it's a nice, consistent source of the blood. You get these boss parts anywhere. See, elite monsters can drop the Distilled Fear or the Exquisite Blood, you see, and the Malignant Heart. But I feel like the order of the drop rate, it's sort of like Distilled Fear and Exquisite Blood and Malignant Heart. But more often, Distilled Fear. But the Nightmare Dungeons have more Distilled Fear. They drop more Distilled Fear than anything else. The hearts come from Tree of Whispers activities. You see? And then, of course, the Tortured Steel comes from the Helltide. So it's a nice known route for these things. It's very nice. So I was trying to say that I was out there farming the Blood Maiden because I do it a bit more than normal, because I'm trying to process my hearts. Ideally, I would like to have 0 hearts, or maybe just enough, because then they give me reason to farm more hearts, you see. If I have 100 hearts, then I have no reason to farm more. But if I have 0, then it gives me a reason to go around the map and opening up chests to get 3 hearts, and then I go spend the hearts right away, and I can stay current with the cycle, to stay on top of it, by getting rid of the excess. It's just like if you have stacks and stacks and stacks of Malignant Hearts, it doesn't mean much. But if you have 0, it means a whole lot more when you finally get 4 and you can kill the boss one time. And then you go ahead and do it. You know what I mean? So for example, if you only have 3 hearts and you need 4 hearts to Malignant Hearts to spawn Varshan and kill them, and if Varshan is worth the Tree of Whispers, then you might want to go quickly get a heart from somewhere by completing another Tree of Whispers cycle really quick, which has a high chance to give you a heart. And then you can use the final heart to then get 5 more Grim Favor, which can give you more hearts. and then you stay on top of it, as opposed to having 150 hearts. And now you have to make a decision to go out of your way to farm the boss for an hour. You know?
Greetings. Impressive.
Impressive.
Like
Be-
a true warrior.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Goodbye.
I'll be seeing you. Oh, well done.
Alright, I want to go over here. I'm gonna check this ichor fields of the. Is that where I am? I don't know. The ichor fields of your. Yeah, this is the ichor fall. Hey, how y'all doing over here? It smells like sulfur and putrid flimflam. What is up?
My armor would often tell the tale of our ancestors who helped take down the giants when they walked this land.
Yeah.
Sound like just that, I think.
Alrighty then. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Nope, conduit shrine. Let me go back this way. Let me go back this way. I'm going just for the elites here. Where are the goblins? They are in Hunt. Well, they're everywhere, but they can spawn extra from the greed shrines, which are everywhere, and from the doomsayers in the Helltide, everywhere. But there's a higher frequency in Nahantu. And I'm just sort of inspecting this section of the map. I'll probably find one very soon. I'll find one very soon. Very soon. Very soon. Very soon. Okay. It's a shard of agony. Thank you so much. Because I'm using the Opal of Tribute. I'm gonna go ahead and knock this out right here. It should just take a second. The Gilded Splendor event? I don't know about that. I mean, the Mother's Blessing event is active, and the... What's it called? The Slave something? This Treasure Goblin event is active. The Gilded Blessings. Give me the good, please. Let me hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I'm just stopping at the elites right here for all these resources. You see what I mean? We go up and around over here. See, my entire gameplay ever since I hit level 300 is all about resources. So it's great to have this event that gives me a slightly increased reason to scoot around the map. Okay, just a second. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I'll turn this in right here. That's all we're doing now. Okay, that's done. Back to the Tree of Whispers. So in between my little Tree of Whispers activities and the Helltide and whatever, I'll be sort of cycling through this region down here. But I think down here the most. Even though I found a ton earlier up here. I just did that cycle, didn't find any. But look at what we have. We have this. I have 4 on me, you see? I just explained, Mr. QWERTY, where they were. I'm not talking to myself. I'm explaining what's happening. You big buffoon. I just explained where they were. What do you think I'm explaining? I answered your question. I answered your question. You asked me where are the Goblin Hordes. And I answered it. My goodness. Goodness gracious. People these days. Go back down here. So again, the Goblin Hordes, it's not really a horde thing. I think the way it works is the treasure goblins, they have a red bag instead of a yellow bag. If they have a red bag, they have a chance to spawn another goblin. And then that goblin has a chance to spawn another goblin, I think. So that's how you get a bunch of them. And there is an increased frequency of treasure goblins in the Nahantu part of the map. But they could be anywhere. And from my general observation, treasure goblins are in every subsection of the map already. They're already all over the map. Okay? We've learned this in the past about where to find treasure goblins. Okay? From in the past when we had to hunt them down, you learn where to find them. They're sort of everywhere. And you can see them on the map. But they're sort of spread out. There'll be 1 or 2 in every subsection. But now there's more. There's more. But they're not everywhere. But there's a bit more. There's not a ton of them. Now, the Greed Shrine will give you a little icon over your head that has a treasure goblin icon. And for maybe 10 seconds or so, or 15 seconds, for the half of the length of the shrine, extra goblins could spawn. It's a random number, too. So a bunch of goblins could spawn with the Greed Shrine. You know, the Gold Shrine. And those are everywhere. Dungeons, out in the field, wherever. So goblins spawn there. In the Helltide, you have the Doomsayer. You click on them, and they could spawn a bunch of goblins. Because they could always spawn goblins. The Doomsayers always spawn like a Pit Lord, or a Harbinger, or a Goblin, or whatever. That's how it worked out there in the Helltide. And now it's just more goblins. You know what I mean? So, for the highest density of goblins, it's the Helltide in Nahantu, focusing on the Doomsayers, and just skirting across the map, and clicking on the Doomsayers, and looking for those shrines within the Nahantu part of the map during a Helltide. But in general, they're everywhere. If you kind of ride around quickly throughout the area. But it could be anywhere, you know? But it might feel like they're not around. It might feel like it. But that's done. Cool. And now I resume. I'm going to go straight over here to the Blood Maiden. And I'm treating the existence of the treasure goblins like special treasure chests, like super special treasure chests, and they're gonna appear through the course of my normal gameplay. And my normal gameplay takes me across the map doing all kinds of stuff, focusing on the whispers. But in between, I will be cycling back down here. Yes, they're just really rare. You know? But I got lucky when I first started playing today. I started over here and I was skirting around. I found 7 different groups of goblins within 20 minutes or so. But then it slowed down after that. But they're sort of around, like here and there and here. Why can't you send messages to your clan chat? Well, if you're on PC, you press the tab button to cycle through the different... See that? Until it's green. You know? And over here, you click on the clan tab. And then you make sure that you're in a clan. You know? I don't know if there are... Maybe, do you just join a clan or something? Anyways. That was rude to me. Stop talking to yourself and read the messages. You think I'm talking to myself? You're over here watching my stream, pal. Okay, I'm gonna work my way toward the blood beaten now. I got the tech rune. Do you know what the tech rune is? We went over this earlier. Can somebody please answer what the tech rune is? Remember, tech is the wolf rune, and tech is the earthquake rune. That's right. Good job. The earthquake rune. I'm gonna spawn the maiden of blood. There's a problem. You might have to reload or something. If there's an issue with the thing. If it's giving you an error. How long have you had the error? Have you tried turning it off and back on? Almost. See, I have 97 more hearts. Ooh wee. I gotta get rid of them. So, I was describing earlier about how the game wants you to appreciate just playing the game with different incentives directing you in the course of action to understand the overall gameplay mechanics. Okay, and I described the Tree of Whispers, I described the Helltide, and a person asked me how I feel about this event. And I said, I'm a big weirdo and I like it and everything, about the goblins. And I started talking about how the goblins get you to play around the map and to appreciate farming things, because you have to search anyways. So it's getting people to appreciate the overall density and nature of farming resources in general. You know what I mean? Right? Now, if you remember the Red Cloaked Horror for the Midwinter Blight event, that was to get you to appreciate the Helltide. That's what it was for. Because they said that the dude can show up here and there, you know, in the Helltide or in the dungeon. Not so much in the dungeon. Helltide, yes. He was showing up whenever the Frenzy event was initiating, right? And had like a 50% chance of either being the Hellborn or the Red Cloaked Horror. And the Gillian's brew was dropping on him, and it was dropping inside the box. So it got people to farm the Helltide quite a bit. Plus, they increased the drop rate of cinders. So they turned up the dial for a certain type of resource drop. In that case, it was Helltide stuff, and they turn it back down to help you appreciate the value of doing it. You know, many people started doing it that they haven't done it before, and then when the event ends, people are still doing the activity. You know what I mean? So my theory is that whenever the Treasure Goblin event is over, an increased number of players have learned to appreciate farming content around the general map as a means to get in resources and income, and that they end up appreciating the general flow of resource income in the game. They have a better understanding of what it takes to upgrade something, and their general it will eventually adjust people's general gameplay flow as they understand how to play the game. It's like a psychological thing, you know? So the Treasure Goblin thing is really to get people to farm the map, just like how the Red Cloaked Horror was really just a method to get people to do the Helltide. You know? And like the season before that, with the Iron Wolves, that was just to get people to appreciate the darn Helltide. Say, hey, by the way, the Helltide's good, you know? I won't be surprised if in the future there's a season dedicated to the Tree of Whispers. To say, by the way, everybody, the Tree of Whispers exists. You know? Like, this season they dramatically increased the rewards from the Tree of Whispers to help you appreciate it more. No. Hey, cat girl, how you doing? No, I'll head down to Kilvashad after this. After this, I'll head down to Kilvashad. Hey, are y'all playing that Marvel Rivals game? Yeah. So, yes, doing the whispers while doing other things, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm not just farming the stuff down here, even though this is where the goblins are. I'm trying to do the Tree of Whispers while I'm doing that, like I've already done quite a bit. Varshan a couple times and whatnot in between. Yeah. I was live for 8 hours with Marvel Rivals earlier. Y'all playing that game? You can play with me. I'm getting better. I practiced with new characters today, and I read the lore. Are y'all following the lore of Marvel Rivals? It's really interesting. It's basically a book. Each of the characters has basically a chapter, basically a Harry Potter chapter. You know? Like many pages of reading per character. Yes, I'm sure it's next to the waypoint in Kilvashad. It's where the shrine always is, right? It's where the Midwinter Blight shrine is. To the left of the waypoint in Kilvashad. I'm just trying to do the stuff here. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is so good. So I tried out. So what? Right here. So this Doomsayer could have goblins. Watch this. It could. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. Let's go. Nope. You know, it could be a Harbinger. It could be a Pit Lord. It could be nothing. It could be Treasure Goblins. And if it is Treasure Goblins, it could be numerous Treasure Goblins because of the current event. So it's not guaranteed. It's just like Torment 4 doesn't guarantee you to get a Mythic. But you could get a Mythic. Here, I'll go ahead and show the thing that we're talking about. Right over here in Kilvishad. Kilvishad. With fresh fish and hot stew. Okay. I'll read this out loud. I was like, why is this here? A wooden sign attached to an aged barrel, swaying above a pile of pale marks. A useful coin when doing business with a mercenary band known as the Pale Hand. So this right here is it's a method for players to understand the different currency systems. And this is a treasure goblin, and he's surrounded by items with descriptions of the different currency systems in Diablo 4. That's what this is for. It's not that you can spend the stuff here, it's just showing you the different stuff, okay? So we have the mark of the Pale Hand, the Pale Marks, that you get by leveling up your mercenaries, by killing elites, and completing activities. Okay? Your mercenaries level up to level 10, and after that, you keep getting these reward things, see? Boom, and over time you get a bunch of Pale Marks, you go down to the den, and you spend it. We have Undercity Tributes, a collection of various tributes used to bargain with the spirits and gain great rewards when delving into Krast Undercity. Those are the keys to specify the kind of Undercity speed dungeon you want to do. It gives you specific rewards at the end based upon the tribute. The tributes themselves tell you how to get them. It says right here, found from defeating summoned lair bosses and randomly in Sanctuary, the tribute to Titans. You know, found from Whisper Caches, found from this and that. And it tells you. And over here you have the Horde of Citadel coins, the Dark Citadel, a heap of Citadel coins and Khazra horns, plundered from the treasury wardens of Nahantu's Dark Citadel, which is the raid. You spend the Citadel coins on certain things. They have special incense, some other consumables, and some special scrolls and whatnot, and some cosmetics from the raid. Dark Citadel. The runes of power, they drop all around. It's not so much a currency, but they are worth a lot of money. Ancient runes filled to the brim with runic energy. Filled to the brim with runic energy. It said that combining runes will grant new skills and strength to the wielder. Yes, so the point of this event is to kill a millions of goblins as a community. And whenever we hit those milestones, we will all get the rewards at the same time. And we probably won't even have to interact with the statue. I'm just guessing you have to get it. And it might even be available in the store for free, or already in our account. Or it might be the statue. Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe every time that we hit the milestone, there's something that's available inside of this right here. Perhaps. But I'm guessing that we're just going to get it in our inventory. You know? Weapon rack from Nahantu, filled to the brim with stuff. Okay, it's just... It's basically saying, I know you want to get the expansion. By the way, Nahantu exists. Oh, I know it. Okay, I know it. Okay. It's not just different currencies in Diablo 4. These are specific... Oh, it says it? Okay. Visit the Goblin Square. Okay, gotcha. These are specifically the currencies for the expansion. That you can't get any of this stuff without getting the expansion, you know? Maybe. Are mercenaries expansion only? Is that just an expansion thing, or is that everybody? I don't know. Undercity is expansion only. The Dark Citadel is expansion only. Is it? Because it's in Nahantu. I would imagine it is. And then you get the Spiritborn weapons. This is just a way to get people to get the expansion. Also, if you notice with the Goblin event, it said a Vessel of Hatred only. So the people that get the reward is only for people that have Vessel of Hatred. You know? That's what this whole thing's about. Whole thing. Alright, back to what I was doing. The forge is hot. You gotta love the Tree of Whispers, I tell you what. Fail. Me say fail. Alright, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go right now. Right now.
Let's go.
Why is the clan chat not working? Potatoes. You know. Boil them, mash them. Whenever I'm done with this Tree of Whisper cycle in the Helltide, I can then head on back down to Nahantu. But I will be ending the stream eventually here. Eventually. I was live with Marvel Rivals for 8 hours before this stream. Hey everybody. Eight hours of that. So probably I'll be ending eventually, but hey, we had some good talks. And I got some extra resources. I gained a certain amount of resources today. I was only live with Marvel Rivals 8 hours today because I was waiting for 10 a.m. Pacific time for the event to begin. And then I hopped off and transitioned over to this game whenever it began. But hey, about Marvel Rivals. I did some practicing with Hella and with Venom and Jeff. And then I did my competitive grinding with Loki. And we were discussing the difference between like versus AI versus human and versus and competitive, like quick play versus competitive versus AI. Oh no. You know what I mean? And if you're basically, if you play competitively where you're ranking up and you have a rank where the wins and losses matter, it's better. It's a more fair game and your team doesn't suck as much. And people care more about winning. So they really care about the team composition and about doing the right thing. You know what I mean? The team composition really matters with having vanguards and strategists and brawlers. You know, tanks, healers, and pure damage. and like aerial people or people that can ground others or crowd controllers. The right combination, along with activating bonuses for the hero combinations, because in Marvel Rivals, if you have two different heroes of certain pairs, there's bonuses that are activated. For example, Venom mixed with Spider-Man. Venom gives Spider-Man this melee boost, and Spider-Man gives Venom extra health. Stuff like that, so people are more mindful of that, and they do the right thing. People don't just run off, you know. People understand that you're not going to win unless you have at least one tank, perhaps, and some melee guy, and a ranged dude, and two healers. So it works out better. Now the AI, they're both worse and better than people. The AI doesn't just stand around. People do. You know what I mean? Hey QWERTY, I had no update for this, okay? No update. It was just going. I'm talking about Marvel Rivals for a second. I'm sorry. I was saying that the AI can be harder than people because they're not just standing around, they don't get distracted, they don't hold grudges, they don't they work as a team a bit more, and they're more accurate. They're really accurate. So it's like a really good training room. Like a scientific, precise, predictable control where the enemies can hurt you, and that they're pretty accurate. That when you eventually play people, it's actually pretty easy. If you're doing the right thing and then working with your team and pinging things and communicating through pings, like fallback, regroup, need heals, stuff like that, marking targets, then it's fine. And it's awesome. And I'm really appreciating the overall story. It's super duper interesting. It's going to make a great series of shows and movies in the future for Marvel, if they follow through with it. But yeah, as for Diablo 4, I was expecting there to be an update, because it's Tuesday and 10 a.m. Nothing happened. I expected the game to be offline for an hour and for me to do a preload, but nothing happened. So I think the previous update really had this update in it. You know? I think the last update had this update inside of it. There could be a smooth launch. Yeah. All right, let's keep on going around. Yes, sir. There's another event coming involving World of Warcraft and Diablo 4. You think it's just an excuse to sell things? Now here's a Griffin mount. A Griffin mount. There's no problem with that. Okay, the Undercity has Grim Favor. And we have Lord Zir. I'm trying to knock out these boxes here. I'm sort of almost done with the stream, everybody. I was live for 12 hours today. Okay. My previous stream is worth watching if you want to watch that. The stream I had right before this one on my channel, it's worth watching. I had some pretty good games. Venom is really, really cool. He can run on the walls faster than he runs on the ground. And he dive bombs. He's like a big swing attack and a dive. And he dives into a big splash. Really awesome. Yeah, I think I'm looking for a corpse. Let's go find this corpse over here somewhere. Okay, we got the corpse. All done. Yeah, it's free. And it has a great training area. You know, it has a great training room with a bunch of weird little bots inside. And, you know, different distances. You have allies you can heal. They're moving around. You have a room where you could set conditions and everything. It's really nice that they have this whole training arena. And then you have versus, you know, players versus AI. Then you have custom, you have competitive, and there's a tournament. 33 characters, and they're all really awesome. And every single one of them feels overpowered. It's a game where every character feels bizarrely and amazingly, perfectly overpowered. This guy's awesome. What the heck? Ridiculous. But then you play somebody else, it's like, oh, this guy's awesome. This is the best. You play somebody else, you know? Like, Iron Man's pretty good. He can fly around and shoot beams and rockets and barrages and awesome. Reposition really quickly. Loki can teleport to his illusions and create multiple illusions. He can turn invisible, and he could shapeshift into other players and use their ulti. You know? Awesome. Spider-Man is swinging around just like in Spider-Man, the video game. Doing all kinds of breakdancey attacks. It's just really, really good. With good voice acting and good, really beautiful maps. And a awesome storyline, like I keep talking about. It's a really good storyline involving Doctor Doom. So it's the future of the MCU. You get a taste of what's going to be happening involving the time stream entanglement crisis and Doctor Doom dabbling into magic and science too far. And now you have different universes merged together, and the darkness from before time is trying to... Good stuff. Ooh-wee. Tell you what. Ooh-wee. Read the lore and the characters when you get it. Okay, we're almost done here. Almost done. I'm on a mission. So far, no real goblins here. The drones, what do I think about them? Well, what do I think about the drones? Well, it's actually a complicated situation. Okay? It's a complicated situation. I already answered Corchi's question a couple times, so I'm not going to answer it again. But the drones. So here's my assessment with the drones. Point 1. People are saying, hey, something is weird. This is different. So it's not plains, okay? It's not plains because people are saying, wow, this is weird. If it was normal, they wouldn't be saying that, okay? That's point one. You can dismiss it's just plains. Okay? I'm sure now that people have drawn attention to that point in the sky, they're pointing and saying, is that one? And every so often there is a plain. But it's not plains. Okay? That's step one. Okay, that's point one, so we could dismiss that. Point number two, when Mr. Mayorkas was on the news, he was talking about, like, half of his speech was about how they tried to go through Congress many times to get this authorization to act on these things because we have very limited scope and control over what we can do, and basically he was complaining about not being able to do anything about drones, and that they've tried in the past to petition Congress to do something about it, but they're not acting on it. You know? So that's really weird. That screams false flag. That screams false flag when all of a sudden he's talking about reason why he needs authorization to do something. And that they really need authorization and there's a big crisis. False flag. Okay. Now, at the end of his speech, he said, oh, it's no big deal. I mean, I'm sure there's something. People have drones, civilian drones, no big deal, whatever. Like, he has dismissed it. He dismissed it after pleading for the need to do something about it, and he dismissed it as being just a bunch of whatever civilian drones. No. Because he knows that they're very large, you know, 8 feet wingspan, and so forth. Additional point, there is knowledge that there was a training scenario or something involving the coastline of that area to have drones authorized to scan for nuclear devices or radiation. So the theory is that these drones are scanning the area for potential nuclear radiation hazards, for gamma radiation specifically. Specifically, gamma radiation scanning drones. They're coming in from the ocean. Now, an additional theory that I have personally is that it's a UFO invasion and that the drones are a distraction. You know? That if you populate the sky with a bunch of drones, then half the sightings will be drones and not the UFOs. You know? There's a whole lot of UFO activity and it's really obvious. Let's just fill the sky with 50 drones with blinking lights and have them fly back and forth. You know? While we monitor those things with our gamma radiation detectors. You know? Maybe UFOs give off gamma radiation. I don't know. But it could be, you know, so I'm rolling out that, you know, a bunch of drones. It's lasting for a while. Very strange. Very strange. Kind of weird. And obvious. The fact that it's a secret, I don't know. If we tell them the truth, people will freak out. Well, if you don't tell them anything, they're going to freak out. But it's more of like a fun mystery versus knowing the truth, which is probably horrible. The truth is probably bad, but that's kind of weird. Anyways, let's go ahead and knock out the Undercity really quick, and then I'll do Lord Zir. I think I'm done with the Helltide right now. I'm basically done with the stream, actually. Yeah. I've been live for 13 hours. But I'm going to be going just for a bit longer. I have to use the restroom, and then I'll do a few more things and then end the stream, okay? Hit that follow button. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, just a bit longer, okay? A bit longer. And tomorrow I'll do a longer grindy sequence here. Just a longer sequence. Longer. Nice speaking with you. Yeah. So, with the Midwinter Blight event, I also thought at first it was sort of lacking until I realized how much to expect. And then it became pretty farmable. But I think it's really just about jumping through the jungle. In fact, I think at the very end of the stream, once I'm done with this and Lord Zir, I'm just going to go as an experiment. I'm going to try to force myself to go through the jungle swamps of Nahantu without looting anything, without killing enemies, only looking for the treasure goblins. I'm wondering if you go slower, if that gives the goblins a chance to spawn, or if they're spawning based upon the existence of a person, or if they're just out there. But I'm thinking it's possible just to ride past everything, go through, get the goblins. I'm sure there's a certain rate that we can get them doing just that method. I'll be right back. Right there. So I saw the Deadpool movie, and I don't know. It was built up larger in my head than what was presented in the movie. My expectations were maybe too high because by the time I saw the movie, I've already seen many clips through the internet, through accident, you know? I saw the Gambit stuff already. I saw the behind the scenes for the Gambit stuff. I saw the introduction of what's her name? I don't know. But Blade, Gambit, and that lady person. I don't. Electra. And I saw the fight scene between Wolverine and Deadpool in the car, and I saw the fight scene with the Deadpool in the street, you know, and him standing in the TVA, and I saw the intro sequence with the bye and the bone fighting. I didn't see all of it, you know. I saw most of it, of those little clips and scenes and so forth. So, in my mind, I was filling in the gaps with the actual movie, but by the time I went to go watch the movie, it's just that stuff. Sort of. And it's, oh my gosh, it's this character. The audience will love this, won't you, audience? Oh, I'll shut up now. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. I can't believe this is happening. That's what Deadpool's doing the entire time. Oh my gosh, it's that character. I love that actor. This is so exciting. You know? It's like if you have a movie that's based upon nostalgia, like Ready Player One or something, where, hey, look, it's the DeLorean, and it's the Beetlejuice, and so forth and so on. And it's the Penguin from Batman Returns, and Clockwork Orange people, and so forth, and Iron Giant. But if there's somebody saying, isn't that so cool? Look, it's Iron Giant. You know? It kind of makes it worse. That's what's happening with Deadpool. He's pointing all the stuff out the entire time. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, before ending the stream, well, first I'll kill Lord Zir. And then I want to go through, and I'll end the stream after I kill 10 goblins. Sound fair? Yeah, so... And I was hoping for more of an explanation for the multiverse and all that. And how it relates to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I was hoping they were going to make it real. It's a possibility, you know. I have my own theories about how this whole thing works. They established in Doctor Strange the Multiverse of Madness with, you know, the Scarlet Witch and everything. They established that dreams aren't just dreams. Dreams are a window into another dimension where you're viewing one of your variants, one of your alternate selves. Like you're experiencing their consciousness for a moment. Is what's happening. They didn't really explain how that worked, but that's what they explained, and they said it very matter of factly. They said, so that means at the time that that nightmare I have where blah 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 is happening, yes, that's what's in some alternate reality. That's what's happening to a version of yourself. So if dreams are glimpses into other realities, right, and that would explain why Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, when she conjured a fake family with fake children, those were based upon beings in alternate realities. She dreamed of these beings. She saw them through the multiverse while dreaming. So when she created something from scratch, she's basing it upon what she's already seen in the multiverse. And if that's true, the same probably applies to everything. So if I create a new story, it's not really a new story. It's a portrait into the multiverse. Because where are these thoughts coming from? You know what I mean? In the Marvel Universe. So if whoever invented Wolverine, did they have a dream of Wolverine one day? You know what I mean? Is my point. Who invented Jack Kirby and so forth, whatever the heck it is. Those guys, when they first made up these characters, did they have a dream about it? And if so, it exists. So I was hoping that they would tap into that concept to make it real. That, oh my gosh, it's actually real because the Marvel Studios were tapping into the multiverse. But no, it's not real. Okay, so now, my goal is to force myself to not hop off my horse. I'm not hopping off the horse. I'm not killing groups of elites, no matter how juicy they look. I'm not collecting plants. I'm not getting the ore. I'm only going for the goblins. I'm not going to stop until I get 10. One. Out of my way. Two. 3, 4, 5. Or let's just say 3, 4. Let's just say 4. Yeah, so for this event, we're just going to be skipping. It's just so hard. Look at all these beautiful enemies. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I think I'll alternate. Look, right there, right there, right there, right there. Six, 7. Well, there you go, folks. I'll alternate skipping everything like this and then going through the elites because yeah. All right. Uh, 8, 9. Look at all these elites. It's just so good. So normally I'll be going through the leads, get the plants and everything, but because there are more goblins, it might be better just to go for the goblins. Or I'll have like a timer where if I travel for a certain distance and I haven't gotten a goblin, I'll go ahead and stop at an elite and then I'll set the timer back on my head and start from scratch. Yeah, so I think just hauling willy-nilly, not looting anything, is the best way to go because it takes too long. Even on Torment 1, killing everything between A and B, it still takes too long. Okay, it's official, there's a lot of goblins. And 10, 11. That was no time at all. What the heck? Okay, there's a lot of goblins. There are a lot of goblins. Bucko. 1 ton. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll fine-tune the farming procedure. Like I was saying, it's so hard for me to skip all these rocks and everything. But for this time period, it might be beneficial. There really is a lot of resources in those groups. How about this? I'm going to be like really stingy, whatever, where it's really about me moving between locations. Well, how about this? To force myself to search a longer distance for these goblins, I'm going to only let myself kill an elite group after I get a goblin. So if I get a goblin, I can kill enemies. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I'll be stopping every 5 feet. Okay, it's official. There are a lot of goblins out here. Not so much in that giant area, but out here in these jungles. My favorite area. Now there's a Helltide. Now I think the Helltide might not be the best idea for goblin farming because it's full of distractions. You know? If you take your time killing things, then your exposure across the map is pretty low. Your goal is to just haul butt across the map. You know what I mean? There are goblins somewhere. Why is there so much gold in the ground? Okay. Still going around, and I want to go right there. These elites have so much. Right there. Now there are a lot of goblins. Yeah. See, I had to go across the map just so I knew for sure for a full assessment. But, yeah, see, I was hoping that just doing the normal Helltide that you just be exposed to goblins. But it really is leaning into the Vessel of Hatred content. And I'll just be targeting the juicy elite. You know what? I know what I'll do. As opposed to stopping at every enemy, of course, or even the normal elites, I'm only going to stop at the 3-star elites. Like the elites with the... Like not this stuff either. Or maybe if I see a cluster of elites together, not one elite. Or whatever. None of that. Just if there is a 3-star elite there. Okay? Because it happens. And in that way, I won't have to stop that much at all. I can cover more ground. Or if I see a cluster of like 3 elites together. Goblin. Goblin. Oh, there are goblins. Another goblin over here. There are a lot of goblins. Look, another goblin. I saw him. Oh, somebody else got him. Are they dropping good stuff? They're not dropping anything special, meaning there's no like special reward cash that they're dropping, but they're dropping more than normal, is what it feels like. They're dropping more boss summoning parts. I feel like they're dropping more of whatever they normally drop. They're slightly better, and then each goblin has a chance to have a second goblin. And they're kind of everywhere, but they don't have the extra special box or anything.
I can break that down.
You're new. Here, let's get a couple more, and then we'll see exactly what they drop. Let's see how much of the iron ore and the rawhide and herbs they drop. Right there. They're everywhere. Okay. Well, yeah, a lot of good stuff. You see. Yep. All right. Well, it's just really riding on the horse the whole time. Before I was riding on foot and killing everything, sort of, and it's just sort of too slow for the point of farming these guys. Now the question is, does it make up for skipping things? Now I'm only going to be stopping at the enemies that have... So watch this. See these guys? 0 loot. Watch. 0... Well, besides that. In general. Even the champion monsters don't have loot. It's only the elites. Like all these guys right here. No loot right here. See all that... Right here there's loot. Rainy waves. There. Very nice. So now I'm just gonna do what I was doing before. I am about done though. Right over here in the jungles of Nahantu. Specifically the clouded forest where I am right now. Right here, see? With the second goblin, see? Right there. Specifically this spot right here at the bottom of the map. All the way down. Look, another one. Oh boy. Oh wow. Yeah, so we're going to be getting a lot of runes. These goblins are... Basically, this is a rune farm. Look, another one. Wow. Is there a rune farm? I guess not. But they could have runes. Wow. Yep. Now, tomorrow I'll do this more systematically. I want to go through and just use the ore as a method to route around. And I'll have a nice rotation. And there are shrines out here I want to cycle through because it could become greed shrines. Okay, I just want a couple more goblins. Go now down to this other map. Yeah, I think the Tree of Whispers might be a distraction right now. Gotcha. Well, so far, this map right here is very lucky. The Ichor Fields, not so much. Good man. I feel like I should be using my battle cat out here in the swamps. I thought maybe before the expansion came out that you would have to use a cat in the jungle, or otherwise you'd get some sort of movement penalty for using a horse, and vice versa. Hey look, a goblin. Ooh, a goblin. Well, they have a lot of resources on them. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's relatively easy to find the goblins. 5, 4, 1 sec. Doesn't count. It's hard to resist. It's hard to resist. All these juicy. 4, 3, 2, 1, and goblin. I'm not going to kill enemies until I get another goblin. Please be a greed shrine. Ooh, greed shrine. Look. You see how there's a goblin icon over my head? That means that during this time period, see right there, a goblin could appear. And a rune. This is at the bottom of the map. Here. Or right over here. I was over here earlier in the Five Hills area of Nahantu. Now I'm in the Restless Canopy of Nahantu. Let me hurry up. Yep, that's my plan. Because there's so many enemies, I'm just going to stop at the larger clusters of elites, you know? And skip everything else. Just a couple more goblins and I'll be done. Right there. Got it. I got the goblin. And they have scattered prisms, you know. See, that's me getting to kill the goblins right after the... Or, that's me getting to kill the enemies after... Oh, another one. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm getting a lot of goblins. A double goblin. See, if I wasn't mounted the whole time, it would feel slow. You know what I mean? If I was doing this the whole time, it would feel like, where are the goblins? Where are the goblins? You know? If I was just fighting things, it would take a long time, but if you're mounted, they are there. One more goblin, and then I'll go. Look, right away. Look, a double goblin. Alright, we solved the riddle. Alright. Okay. Oh boy. I'm gonna mark right here. I don't want to, right here. Take a little screenshot. Bada boom. Everywhere on the map. Yeah, I had to post that for the internet. Let the people know. So what are you saying over there, buddy? They fixed the vortex for Spiritborn, new effects. Oh no. Anything about that? All right, well that was nice. Whoopsie. Well, that was nice, everybody. And I got a... Where is the area? It's right down here in the map. You know, Nahantu? These areas down here in the map have a lot of goblins. The Five Hills area. Where I was. The specific name of the map. Five Hills. And we're filled to the brim with this other stuff. Gonna unload my pockets now. I think I'm about done now. I was live for a long time today. I'll do a longer Diablo stream tomorrow. Okay. A lot of body parts. And I'm getting a fair amount of these tributes. Okay. And a lot of runes. I'm getting a lot of runes from all this goblin slaying.
I can break that down.
Okay, I think I'm done now.
Another happy customer.
Yep. A ton of goblins, and 2 goblins, you get a bunch of cool stuff. I think I'm getting tributes from the goblins. If so, that is ideal. Gotta get as many as possible while the event is active, and then change things back up. For example, during the Red Cloaked Horror, QWERTY, there's goblins. Just run around faster and don't kill everything. Stay on your mount and run around. Like I just demonstrated, if you're just running on the ground fighting, it might not seem like they're out there, but if you ride your mount, they're everywhere. And it's no different than anybody else. Yeah. And the torment doesn't matter. The treasure goblins aren't dropping better loot at a higher difficulty. You know? And I just got a 3-star Greater Affix Mythic from Torment 1. You know what I mean? Alright. All done. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'll be live later. You should check out that Marvel Rivals stream I had before this one. It's really cool. But I'll be live longer tomorrow with Diablo. Now, I was saying before, during the Red Cloaked Horror event, the Midwinter Blight event, I was purposely doing the Helltide a bit more than normal because I was trying to farm as much Gillian's Brew as possible. So I was doing it beyond my typical Tree of Whispers cycle, where I would leave the Helltide when the Whispers were over. It was a bit different. So now, for the next week or so, I'll be really farming through that area back and forth on mounted horseback. And I'll be using the ore and the plants and the larger groups of elites to stitch my way through, with a rule of only killing the elite perhaps after I get the goblin. That's what I'm going to do. Alright, goodbye everybody. Thank you for watching. If you want to support the stream, Cash App. Gooboberti, Cash App, or Facebook. Pretty please. Goodbye, everybody. We had a great time. I was live with the other game for 8 hours. Go watch that. Lots of cool stuff. Goodbye, everybody.